Test, test.
Good evening, everyone. It's 6:02. This is the Historic Preservation Commission meeting of Cape May. It's March 18th, 2024. In compliance with the Open Public Meeting Act of 1975, adequate notice of this meeting has been provided. If any member has reason to believe this meeting is being held in violation of that act, they should state so at this time. Pledge of allegiance, please.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Copeland.
Here.
Mr. Carroll.
Here.
Mr. Becker.
Here.
Mr. Stevenson.
Here.
Mr. Testa.
Here.
Ms. Bisagno is absent. Ms. Wilson-Stredick.
Here.
Mr. Johnson.
Here.
Mr. Hammerin. Thank you.
Minutes, January 8th and February 15th, 2024. You've had a chance to review those. Do I have a motion to accept those minutes?
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to accept them, but I've offered a correction to the minutes of February 15th, the special meeting, with respect to the text of the special report, the advisory report being written to the city on the police station, and it was several words that simply were relating to the conditions that were in that advisory report. So I would, Judy, do you have the text for it?
Yes.
Since we have only one copy.
The motion read, motion made by Mr. Testa to issue a favorable advisory report covering the tower height, and it was amended to say, issue a favorable advisory report with conditions regarding the tower height.
And that's the way the report was prepared from the draft that we saw. So I would offer acceptance of the minutes with that correction.
I'll second that motion.
Do we have to vote on that?
Motion by Mr. Testa, seconded by Mr. Becker. Mr. Copeland,
Yes.
Mr. Carroll,
Yes.
Mr. Becker,
Yes.
Mr. Stevenson.
Yes.
Mr. Testa,
Yes.
Ms. Wilson Stridick.
Abstain.
Thank you.
Resolutions, there are none. Applications approved or denied in review. You've had a chance to look at those. Do I have a motion to accept those?
I will make a motion that we accept the things approved and reviewed by the review committee.
Do I have a second?
Second motion.
Motion by Mr. Carroll, second by Mr. Testa. Mr. Copeland,
Yes.
Mr. Carroll,
Yes.
Mr. Becker,
Yes, except that there are 6 projects for which I need to abstain. Ghoulish at 1125 Washington Street, all 3 Iannacone projects at 1045 Washington Street, Musella at 1126 Washington Street, and Seidel at 1112 Washington Street, because I live within 200 feet of all of those properties.
thank you. Mr. Stevenson,
Yes.
Mr. Testa,
Yes.
Ms. Wilson Stridick.
Yes, with abstaining from Delanick 10 Congo Street and Demario 26 Congo Street.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before we start this evening, we have a long agenda, and by ordinance, we do not continue the meeting after 10 o'clock, and we do not accept the beginning of an application after 9:30. It's hard to tell when we're going to end this meeting tonight, so it's a chance that we'll finish on time. In the event, though, that there's someone in one of the applicants or two that feel as though it's not a rush and they can wait till next month, then I would offer to them that we will put them on the top of the agenda for next month, and they won't have to sit through a couple of hours of other people's testimony. So give it some thought. If you want to take advantage of that opportunity, just let me know. If you're not sure and you want to wait to see how this goes, then at some point, just raise your hand and we'll acknowledge you and put you on the agenda for next month. Okay? Having said that, first order of business is Waters, 1218 New York Avenue, 1131 and 11 and 12. This is a contributing property. This is a deck, windows, and roofing.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dave Schultz. I'm a partner with DAS Architects. I'm a registered architect in New Jersey, amongst other states, and I live in West Cape May. So we were here last year for a conceptual review. So I think in order to save some time, I will try to just provide an overview of the application. And you probably noticed we want to add a few things to the application that I think will be helpful.
Excuse me, sir,
the
could you
house-
bring your mic a little closer?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
The house is a craftsman-style home, as you know. It's one of a triplet, and it's the centerpiece to the 3 almost identical houses. You should have received our package application January 17th, 2024, as well as the application itself. The Waters have owned this property since 2004, and they've cared for it along the years, and they've done as much as they can, and they want to do more now to make it even more compliant and more original. So if I can just kind of overview the documents, I'm looking at, first sheet is HPC 001. Those are the photos we showed you the last time that show the house in its current condition. You can see from the bottom left photo, it's in the middle of two identical houses that flank it, almost identical, and all of them in actually pretty good condition. Page 2 shows the neighboring house. The upper left is the neighboring house to the right or to the west. And then below that is a house across the street, just to give you a flavor for the context of the neighborhood. I guess you'd call that kind of a cottage ranch. And then bottom right is our house to the right, but to the left of that in gray shingles is 1220, and it's the other third of the triplets. The third sheet, HPC 003, shows the rear of the properties. Again, you saw these before. The upper left is the Waters residence, and of course, that's where we're planning the new deck at the rear, which we received approval exactly a year ago, and we received zoning approval last fall. Below that is the neighboring house to the east, just for context, and to the far bottom right is the neighboring house to the west. Next page, HPC-010 is our site plan. Again, for reference, in dark blue is the footprint of the main house and the shared garage at the rear of the property. In light blue is the porch, and in amber is the proposed deck addition, which you approved as a concept approval last year. The next two sheets are really interior alterations. So I don't know that you care a lot about those, so we can go by those. Then we get to the elevation. So more importantly, the way the sheets are organized, at the top of the sheet, in a line drawing, that's the existing elevation, and then below that, in rendered version, is the proposed updates or renovations. And of course, the right side of the sheet is our spec sheets. You'll see our product information is there, and that's keyed into these plans. So the differences you can see is the roofing is rendered as cedar shake, or cedar shingle, rather. And we are proposing an eastern red cedar shingle, 18-inch shingle, on all the roofs that are currently asphalt. The windows, any window that's tagged with a 4 in a box is an existing vinyl window that we propose to remove and replace with an all-wood window, and we're proposing Sierra Pacific windows. That's all wood, and they will be in white. They'll be factory painted, but factory primed, but they'll be painted in white. So anything with an EX in it is existing to remain. Those are wood windows. But you can see there's a fair number of vinyl windows that were there when the Waters purchased the property in 2004. It's a nice house. It has brick foundations, brick piers, and really a beautiful front porch. And on the left side, you can see the deck addition. Next sheet, HPC 601, is the front and rear elevations. Again, so bottom left is the front. So the only thing that's different than it is today is the new roofing shingles in cedar and windows that are being replaced because they're currently in vinyl. And then to the right of that is the rear elevations. Again, you can see the deck addition we proposed to match the details on the house. Brick piers, wood lattice, wood trim, wood railings, and Ipe decking, and wood lattice work as well. The next page is that's the right side of the house. So there again, it's the same. You can see what we're doing. It's new windows and cedar shake roofing. And at the bottom right, where it's tagged 17, that's the outdoor shower that is also proposed in wood. And the last sheet are details. So top left is our outdoor shower. Is everybody with me? Am I going too fast?
No, we're okay.
So top left is the outdoor shower. That's a detail section cut through the shower. It's all wood, proposed in cedar that would be stained with a solid white stain. There's a, it's sort of vertical plank, tongue and groove siding in a frame is how that would be constructed. The door would match that. And then above that is a cedar pergola with purlins on top of that. So that's the small outdoor shower with a drainage bed. Across from that to the right is a detail section through the rear deck, and that's taken in the middle where there's access to the basement, so there's a three-step step down. So you're looking at the side of that section. Wood lattice, again, painted white. You're looking at the decking, if you can see the structure of the decking. The wood rail is beyond in this section, made to look like the rail that existed with a wood newel post. Directly below that, there's a detail of the newel post and elevation. It's a 6x6 post with a cap trim and, of course, base trim to match the details on the house. And then to the left of that is the actual rail detail with a wood cap rail, wood bottom rail, and an 1 3/4 by 1 3/4 wood baluster throughout. Below that is the window schedule, which was tied into those elevation numbers, which we kind of talked about before. They're matching the sizes that exist. And below that are elevations of the actual windows and dimensions. And to the left of that is the one new door that's on the rear of the house off the deck from the kitchen, and that's a 2.6 by 7.0 door made by the window manufacturer, so it's all going to match. There were some cut sheets in the application. I don't know if you need me to go through those for the product detail, but I'm happy to do that. And if there's questions, I can take them now.
We normally go around the room. Your presentation is comprehensive, thank you. I will open it up to questions in a moment. The lattice, it's pictured on 603. I'm assuming that that's privacy lattice?
It's not solid. Well, I'm sorry, you're saying does it have a backer board? Is that what you're asking?
No, it's 25% see-through, 75% material.
Yes, that's what it is. It's see-through lattice.
Is it privacy lattice?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
That's our definition for a lattice, is 75% solid and
Oh,
25% see-through.
well-
If they're spaced right.
If that's a requirement, we'll make sure that's what happens.
This looks more like 50/50.
75% solid.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we'll make it part of the motion. Also, your presentation talks about the windows being painted, which is what we look for, wood window prime from the factory.
Right.
Well, the spec sheet, though, talks about is a long-term durability is ensured by CoreGuard Plus, a leading wood treatment against rotten and insects. That gives me a bit of pause. It seems like that's more of a vinyl-type product rather than a painted wood. It doesn't say painted.
The product that we've specified is factory primed.
It's all wood.
It's all wood.
It's this product, this product here.
I think the
Yeah.
CoreGuard is a treated wood. So we have a paint over a treated wood, if I'm understanding correctly.
I'm looking for that cut sheet.
Well, here's the issue. The cut sheet actually says clad. However, your window schedule on 603 clearly states that it's exterior white painted.
Oh, here it is.
So there's a conflict between the cut sheet and your window schedule. Not that sheet, the next one. One with the arched window on it.
There might be an application there on the wood that would
I-
safeguard it for the future.
I'm not even sure why that.
Yeah, that should just be
attached.
deleted, I think.
The one that's clouded is the one that we're proposing.
And your window
Yes,
schedule is
of course.
clear. It's
Yeah, I'm
clearly
too-
states.
Well, wait a minute. This does not say painted. This talks about some kind of material Timeless with the exceptional thermal performance, as with all our wood products, long-term durability is ensured.
See, the word
by
is wood
DuraCard Plus,
Yeah.
a leading wood treatment against rot
Yeah,
and
it's-
insects.
It's just a treated lumber.
Yeah, it's not a clad window. It's a wood
How
window
do we
that's
know?
factory.
Well, see, because it says, like all our wood products,
Yeah,
well, that means that DuraClad is a wood product,
By,
or DuraGuard, rather.
Yeah.
I think we're,
I mean, we can certainly specify
Yeah, I-
that they be all wood windows and they be not clad and painted.
yeah, I can assure you that's what we're proposing. All wood.
We can make that
factory-
really clear.
painted
Factory
is,
painted.
painted is acceptable.
Yeah.
Some other material is not, and we are going to,
I totally
we're
understand,
going to need clarification.
totally understand. That would be
So
our
if you
understanding.
look at some of the other manufacturers, they clearly talk about
Well, this,
painted prime.
I think this manufacturer is new to us, if I'm recalling. I don't remember seeing this manufacturer before, so.
Okay,
But Mr. Schultz, you're proposing as a condition of any approval that these are going to be all
Yeah.
wood, factory-painted, non-clad windows, correct?
that's correct, and that's our understanding, that's the client's understanding.
So you may recall, we had the manufacturer bring in a sample of Sierra Pacific last year. It sat in the back of the room for a couple of weeks. That's what this window is. And I would also, in your defense, like to point out that your window schedule clearly says that these are painted exterior windows.
Yeah, I thought this was an approved window manufacturer.
The problem is you just submitted one document in your cut sheets that
the
indicated
second
clad.
page.
You want to get that out of the
That second
submission.
page we should delete.
Well, just so there's no confusion in the future, because we have a compliance officer that visits the properties, and if you wind up with a whole house full of wood windows that are other than painted, they're going to have to come back out. So
Understood.
it- the clarification is for your benefit.
Yeah, understood. I'll make sure that we correct that.
With that, I'll open up to the commission members. Does anyone have any questions or observations about this application?
I would like to speak a little bit about page 603, where you're showing a railing system on the back porch. And it looks to me like this is a little lighter weight railing system than is common with the 3 bungalow houses that you have on the front. We generally suggest that you use a spacing of 3 inches between balustrades and have the balustrades, at about the same width. So it looks like for the amount of wood is the amount of the opening.
Yep.
And that matches the historic way those railings were done.
I agree. That's the way it should,
Okay.
that's the way it should be.
Okay?
Yep. So the baluster thickness is okay, but the spacing is too wide. Is that what you're
Yes.
saying?
It looks to me like you're saying that the balusters themselves are,
It's supposed to be 1 3/4 inches.
I'm looking at the height there. They should at least be 2 inches.
Full 2
with
inches?
No less than a 3-inch opening between. That's what we've approved in other instances.
So,
No more than a 3-inch.
So what's interesting is in your typical railing section 2, it clearly states baluster space 3 3/4 inches. So you're spot on.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but you're requesting 3-inch spacing.
3-inch spacing.
Max.
What as John just
Maximum.
pointed out.
You're tighter than
would
that.
be the maximum spacing. So the drawing doesn't necessarily match the wording. So we're looking at the wording, right, John?
Yeah,
That
all I'm
says
saying
3-inch
is
spacing.
his
No,
detail
this
number
says
2.
3.75
Yeah.
inches. So you're saying make it
3 inches.
3 inches.
Well, but that's the question is, it's the spacing, is it center line or is it the space between them? That's the
I
question.
would say it's a space between them.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
just make that 3 inches and you're fine.
And the baluster, you'd prefer 2 inches, full 2 inches.
Inch
Full
and
2
3/4.
inches.
Right.
That's what we've done before, John.
I think I knew that. Sorry.
Any other questions or observations?
I just think this is an extremely well put-together
Yes.
presentation, comprehensive, very little to question. Even the details of, on your finished schedule, the exterior door being painted. Thank you.
Okay,
Well,
thank you.
aside from Mr. Schultz's presentation, I think it should be mentioned that in every way, as the issues have been addressed here, this is a significant improvement to the house. The use of the materials such as the cedar, the use of painted wood windows, I mean, all of those are things that are a credit to bringing the house up to a better standard.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion that the application be approved with the additions of, did we get it? down?
Got privacy lattice for one of the conditions.
I can go over them
You
really
wanna
quick.
do
I heard that the lattice work should be 75% solid as a condition. That's one. The noted conflict between the cut sheet and the window schedule, the applicant's proposing all wood, factory-painted, non-clad windows throughout. On 603, the railing system, in response to comments, there is going to be baluster thickness be a full 2 inches with no more than a 3-inch opening between each baluster.
I'll second that motion.
Motion by Mr. Carroll, seconded by Mr. Becker. Mr. Copeland?
Yes.
Mr. Carroll?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Stevenson?
Yes.
Mr. Testa?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson Stridick?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's the first time I've seen it.
Equal balusters.
Okay. Next order of business is Adis Inc., doing business as Lemire Beachfront Resort, 1317 Beach Avenue, Block 1146, lots through 24, 6 through 24. This is a non-contributing building and a demolition. And at the same time, there'll be the same organization presented for the same location. Non-contributing, this will be to reconstruct the hotel wing and construct the rear event wing. So there's two issues, same applicants.
Good evening, Chairman and Commission members. For the record, my name is Keith Davis. I'm an attorney at Nemad Davis and Goldstein. As you may recall, we were before the Commission on January 9, where we started to present this application. We started with the demolition permit request, two aspects to it. One relating...
Excuse me, Mr. Could you introduce everyone before you narrate? Thank you so much.
Certainly. So seated to my left is George Andy, who's here on behalf of Addis, the applicant. I have Bill McLeese, who's our project architect. And I also have with us Margaret Westfield, who we have retained as our historic preservation architect. And I plan on asking all of them questions.
Could we bring a chair then, and your expert could?
And if we could turn the monitor on for, so that we can do the exhibits.
We are going to present the demolition testimony first, but we did think it was important to at least show the members of the commission what structure is going to be replacing the to-be-demolished structures, because it gets to point 6 of your design standards, which is the impact on the historic
I
preservation.
know, but we have two applications. One is the demolition. We deal with that separate and distinct.
Well, I'm going to present just that aspect of it so that the board has an understanding. We know you will have the plans. They've been submitted as part of the application.
It's separate and distinct. We
You
deal
can
with
vote on them
as
separately,
two
Chairman.
separate applications. There's 9 points you have to make on a demolition,
Understood?
and we will have a separate motion and a vote. And so,
All right. I'd like to
Do I,
present.
Counsel, do I understand you to be saying that in order to present the demolition application, you need to make reference to and support that demolition application with material from your subsequent application. Is that what you're saying?
That's right, Mr. Testa.
Yeah.
I think it's material to the
It's
application.
up to the chairman to rule, but I understand what you're saying.
I think it's very difficult to make a determination as to, particularly point 6, the impact of the removal in the historic district, unless the commission knows, well, what's going to go in its place.
No, I disagree. What that part means, number 7 or whatever it is,
6.
is that we want to know by removing it, what is the impact? We're indifferent as to what's going to be replaced at this point. And so
Well,
you'll have to
Chairman-
bear with me, but we've been doing this for 15 years, and we have never had an exception, and I don't suggest we start one now.
So-
The issue is, if you want to demolish something, you have to satisfy
We will.
this commission of those 9 points.
So Chairman, with all due respect, this is our application. I have a court reporter here who is taking down these proceedings in order to establish a record before this commission. Respect what each and every one of you do. Know that you are volunteers and you're giving of yourselves and your time to make sure that these Historic Preservation Commission district standards are adhered to. But I need to create a record, and what I believe is also relevant to the application we're presenting to you. I promise you it will take no more than 60 seconds of our presentation as part of the demolition to merely ask Mr. McLeese if what is before you is what is ultimately going to be constructed, vote on the demolition, and then I'll come back and I will have him provide additional testimony in more detail as to what the conceptual
I
review
think it sets
consists
a
of.
precedence that I'm not comfortable with. We've-
Can I make a comment here,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman? I think that what the chairman is pointing to, the way that the HPC bifurcates these applications, and historically, I think the focus has been on what's there and the impact of that removal in the district. And then you can follow up on the next part of that with, look at this wonderful building we're proposing, or whatever the application is. The bifurcation makes sense, but I don't think it's entirely irrelevant to bring that up, but the weight of the evidence that you're going to put on the record here should be focused on the building that's out there, and should not spend much, if any, time on what you're going to replace it with, because the standards kind of really want to know what's there, what's its relation to the district, how is its removal going to impact the district and the surrounding area. So I'm not going to prevent you from making a record, Mr. Davis, but I think what the chairman's concerned about is just keeping it to what's relevant to that part of it. So with that, we're making a record here, and I want to give everybody a chance to be heard, but we should keep it to what's relevant to each portion of this.
All right, can I call Mr. Andy first? Mr. Andy, are you the authorized member of ADIS?
Yes,
And ADIS owns all the structures that are the subject of the demolition permit application request that's before the commission?
yes,
And are you familiar with the beach house structure, which is part of the demolition request?
I am.
And ADIS purchased that property, is that right?
Correct.
Approximately when, in your estimation, was that structure built?
Around 2001, 2002?
And with respect to the aspect of the demolition permit that seeks to demolish a portion of the Lemaire Hotel structure, obviously ADIS owns that and operates the hotel, correct?
Correct.
And you're familiar with that structure?
Yes.
And that structure, that aspect of it that we're seeking demolition, first of all, is it heated?
It is not. It's not winterized, so come the wintertime, we do have to shut down operations there, just because it's exposed. At the time, we had to build to the crown of the road, which was a big focal point during that application back in '98. And because of that, it's not winterized. Everything's exposed underneath, and we do shut it down because of that.
And do you know approximately when that aspect, that portion of the hotel building was constructed?
Started in '97, completed in '98.
Okay. And in order to, you're asking to demolish these structures in order to expand the hotel, correct?
Correct.
And that's all reflected on the plans that Mr. McLeese prepared that are submitted as part of the application?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Andy before I turn to Mr. McLeese?
Anyone?
No, I'd just like to see you make the points you need to make.
You have nine points to
I
make.
have them right here in front of me.
Thank
I've
you.
even put a sticky on it this time to make sure I had them. So, Mr. McLeese, you're the architect that's been engaged by Mr. Andy, and you submitted the plans that are part of this application, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. First, there's two structures that we are proposing to demolish. One is the beach house, correct?
Correct, 1318 New Jersey Avenue.
And the second is a portion of the Lemaire existing hotel structure.
Right, which we describe as the south hotel wing.
All right. I'd like to mark a document into evidence, which I'm going to mark as Exhibit A1. And I'll ask you to just identify it for, I'm going to distribute this to all board members, if you wouldn't mind passing that down, sir. Can you just identify what A1 is and what those plan sheets show?
A1 is copies of a demolition and construction permit for the 1318 New Jersey address.
Which is also known as the beach house.
Correct.
And what does it show?
It shows that a demolition permit was issued in August of 2001 for the original structure, and a new construction permit was issued, if I'm reading this right, the same date for a new construction.
So does that
Actually,
evidence?
I'm sorry, these are all demolition. The proposed,
No, it's
I don't see the proposed in here, it's just demolition.
Is that proposed?
That is proposed.
Okay, so I'm going to mark as A2, so you just identified the demolition permits as A1. I'm going to
Correct.
mark as A2
And-
this document and hand this out to the commission members. What does this show?
This is the permit applications, or actually a copy of the actual permit for construction of a new two-family dwelling, and that was issued 8/27/2001.
Okay. And based upon your review of that, is it your opinion as an architect that the beach house was constructed in or around that timeframe?
That's correct.
Okay. I know you submitted as part of a revised plan set, and let me first indicate, you've had the opportunity to come before the commission to have the application reviewed, I believe, at least twice now informally, correct?
That's correct, during the review sessions to review the demolition application and the proposed.
And you submitted new plans, correct?
We did.
And as part of that, did you go through the analysis of the 9 criteria that are outlined in the demolition section on page 63 of the standards?
We did for both the beach house as well as the south hotel wing.
All right, starting first with the beach house.
Sure.
I'm sorry, how many pages is?
So the stapled version A1 has 3 sheets associated with it. I'm sorry, 4. And A2 is just 1 page.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Certainly. So did you analyze the criteria in your written submission?
We did.
Can you recite to the board how we have identified each of the criteria?
Sure. So starting with the New Jersey Avenue property, 1318 New Jersey Avenue, for item 1, it's historic, architectural, cultural, and aesthetic significance. Obviously, you're looking at the construction permits. The building is approximately 24 years old. The report from the commission indicates that it's a non-contributing structure. Consistent with the fact that it was constructed in 2001, the commission's report also, or the historical survey also shows that it was of an indeterminate age. So obviously, the construction permits here kind of answering that question for us. So that kind of reinforces the fact that it was not a historic structure, as it is 25 or less years old. With regard to number 2, its current potential use for the purposes currently permitted or proposed. It exists today as a 2-family duplex structure, which is operated as transient lodging by Lemaire, the beachfront resort. It could certainly continue in that effect. However, the proposed use that we'd be looking at, it would not be suitable for, as the proposed use that we're considering is banquet space, which requires larger column spans, which would not be possible given the configuration of the building and obviously its construction type. With regard to number 3, importance to the municipality and the extent to which its historical or architectural value is such that removal will be detrimental to the integrity of the district. While we see the building as a well-maintained period influence structure, It is, as noted in the survey, is a non-contributing structure. We don't see that the absence of this structure would necessarily be a detriment to the historic district on the whole. We do understand from several meetings that we've had of the nature and importance of this structure, and it really is in regard to that transitioning that you had mentioned before, transitioning from the C3 Hotel Motel District to the R2 district that is on the opposite side of New Jersey Avenue.
And with the plans that we've submitted, you've attempted to replace that with another structure that you believe will act as a transition. to those-
Understanding that approach for this property, in that arrangement in 2001, we did seek to take that same approach with our development of the proposed. That's correct.
And you're going to explain that in further detail when hopefully we get to conceptual review.
We certainly will. With respect to number 4, unusual, uncommon design or craftsmanship, I wouldn't say that there's anything unusual or uncommon about the property itself. Again, well-maintained, well-appointed structure, but I don't think that there's anything that's demonstrated in this structure with regard to craftsmanship or construction technology that would be of merit that is worth saving here versus any other typical construction that could be found within the past 25 years within the city. So moving forward to number 5, the extent to which its retention would increase property values, promote business. I don't think that retaining this property is going to increase property values for the district, for this neighborhood. The existing properties on the north side of New Jersey Avenue are all well-maintained properties, shingle-style properties in good condition. I think it's a strong representation of that style, and the neighborhood in and of itself has a character and context. This property being a non-contributing property of common construction, I don't think furthers that. I think that removing it would not be a detriment to those adjacent properties. With regard to number 6, the impact of its removal on the historic district. This property, again, non-contributing property, certainly is complementary, but I don't think that it is deleterious to the historic district by removing it. I think it's an example of a style, but I don't think that it enriches the district. I would even consider whether it potentially dilutes some of the older structures that may be in the area because it is kind of paying homage to and representing the style, but is not in fact, of that age. With regard to number 7, the structural soundness and integrity of the building, we didn't find anything that was structurally deficient in the property. However, the structure itself and the configuration of the way it has been designed and framed, it does not lend itself to the proposed uses that the owner intends to pursue. And I think 8 and 9 are not applicable here because we're not seeking to relocate the structure.
All right, I have some questions from Mrs. Westfield, and I'm going to mark this as A3. This is a curriculum vitae for Mrs. Westfield.
Which microphone do
You want to?
Oh, use yours? Thanks.
Want to sit over here? Okay, thanks. So, Mrs. Westfield, I think this is your first opportunity to appear before the HBC here in Cape May City. Could you just give the commission a little bit of background about yourself and summarize what I've marked as A3?
Absolutely. My name is Margaret Westfield. I'm a registered architect in the state of New Jersey, have been for the past 35 years. I'm a historic architect specifically. I work exclusively with historic buildings and new construction within the context of historic districts. I served as the state historic preservation architect underneath in the Historic Preservation Office under Governor Christine Whitman. I've served on the Historic Sites Council. I've been the historic architectural consultant to numerous HPCs throughout the state. I developed the design guidelines for the Main Street New Jersey program as well as for 9 other municipalities. And I guess that's it.
Okay, that's enough. And you heard Mr. McLeod's testimony as to the criteria and the HPC standards, correct?
I have.
You're familiar with the beach house, correct?
I am.
Have you personally gone through it?
I did.
And do you have any, and you also are familiar with what I marked as A1 and A2, which are
Yes,
demolition
exactly.
permits and construction permits?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not this is a contributing structure within the district?
Absolutely. The reason that I was gotten involved with this project is because the property report that is part of the survey is very misleading. It's, this building, I walked through it, is all of one piece. It all dates to 2001, 2002. I looked in the crawl space, I went up in the attic, I looked at the framing. There is no remaining portion of the 1950s rancher that previously sat on this site. And although the survey correctly says it is non-contributing, it kind of raised the question of, could this in fact be a mid-19th century building? And the answer is no, it is not. But it was nicely designed, and that's why she was misled. I've done property surveys, borough-wide property surveys, citywide surveys before, and it's, as you move from one building to the other, it's very easy to draw conclusions that may not be substantiated with further research. So we did further research, and that's how we have presented in front of you the demolition permit and the new construction permit that clarifies why this is in fact a non-contributing building, and it's one that does not add to the significance of the district in any way.
And you're familiar with the criteria for a demolition permit?
I am.
And you heard Mr. McLeese's testimony. Did you take any issue with this testimony or have anything to add to it?
No, in fact, he and I collaborated on the responses that he presented.
Okay. The second aspect of the demolition relates to the Lemaire structure. As Mr. Andy indicated, a portion of that is
That's
to be
correct.
demolished.
Correct.
Have you also analyzed the criteria under the standards for that aspect of the demolition?
We have.
All right. What's your opinion with respect to that?
So we'll go through the criteria again, I guess, starting with number one, historic, cultural, and aesthetic significance. The property, the south wing of the hotel complex is a non-contributing structure, obviously outside of, the period of interest for our area. The proposed demolition is one wing of the overall building, which shares a pretty similar and consistent aesthetic all the way around the building. So were this building to be removed, that aesthetic and style is still consistent and maintained throughout the balance of the property. With regard to number two, the current potential use for those purposes currently permitted. The existing building is obviously a hotel use, transient lodging. It's challenged by the fact that there is inadequate HVAC, as Mr. Andy's kind of already pointed out. Furthermore, and probably almost more importantly, the floor levels for this south wing do not align with the balance of the building and the balance of the complex, and therefore pose challenges with regard to operation and ADA compliance. So the primary thrust, again, for this venture, it really is to build those back at the same elevation, so it's consistent floor line throughout. With regard to number three, the importance to the municipality, I don't think that there's any historical importance to this south wing to the public or to the municipality. We are rebuilding it, and it will be rebuilt in a very similar fashion, consistent with the balance of the complex, so no significant deviation there. Number four, the extent to which it is of such old, unusual, or uncommon design or craftsmanship. Again, I think this is probably a style that you see throughout New Jersey along coastal communities, block and plank, hotel construction, not unusual, not uncommon, very, very common to see it up and down the New Jersey coast. Number five, the extent to which the retention of this property would increase property values, promote business. We would put forward to you that reconstructing this would actually promote business because it's going to make it more usable to, obviously, the disabled public, and again, allows us to incorporate other uses into the properties, which is what the owner's intent is at the end. Number six, the impact of its removal on the historic district. We find that the removal and replacement of the structure would have no appreciable impact on the historic district. Number seven, the structural soundness and integrity. We've kind of already touched on, while the structure is sound, we do have to deal with those issues with floor changes. It's something that we'd like to have resolved. It improves things operationally, improves things from ADA standpoint. Also allows us in reconstruction to bring it into compliance with the floodplain requirements. And again, number 8, number 9, we're not seeking to relocate the structure, so they do not apply.
Mrs. Westfield, you heard all that testimony from Mr. McLeese?
I did,
You also toured the south wing
I did.
of the Lemare complex, right? Do you take any issue with Mr.
I do
McLeese's
not.
testimony? Do you believe that aspect of the demolition affects structure that is similarly non-contributing to the district?
I do.
That's all we have as to the demolition aspect of the application. I do want to remind the board that you actually did take a vote on the beach house at the January meeting. So initially, we're asking you to reconsider that. The survey, as Mrs. Westfield indicated, had language indicating that the structure dated back to the 1950s. We think we've demonstrated through A1, A2, the testimony of Mr. McLeese and Mrs. Westfield, that that's clearly not the case. This is a structure that was built in the early 2000s. And secondly, we ask that you consider the demolition request for the portion of the Lemare structure. Whether you decide to take that in 1 or 2 votes, I leave that to your sound discretion. But that's all we have on the demolition.
As a point of geography, and I think we ran across this last time.
We did.
Most of us think of Beach Avenue as running east-west, and New Jersey as running east-west, and Pittsburgh and Trenton as running north-south. So I think of the wing you want to demolish as your west wing and not your south wing, because if you do that, I think it's the whole building in the center. Okay? But
discuss that. I was
I
saying
did look
south
at the plans. I know what you're seeking to demolish. But
Understood.
I just can't get it out of my head when the
So,
geography goes.
the demolition site plan, which was included within your packet, just for everyone's clarity,
Which sheet is
this is the wing that we're looking to demolish at the hotel.
And the
That
beach,
is
the beach house is on
8C.
the upper.
That's correct, the beach house is up there.
Right.
And that also shows why you guys are confused, because the north arrow is actually at an angle.
Right.
So you can go either way. He's going one way and you're going the other way in his staff.
There's a reason why this is referred to as the east end of Cape May. It moves east-west. Would you like me to make a motion? Or do you want to have debate over it, or whatever?
I'd like to just make a few remarks before we do that. Since the meeting that we had with the full board, we did have a meeting with John and I think Kevin, where we met with the architects and the engineers and, tried to get a better understanding as to what was going to be proposed there. Because that was the hangup. I mean, it's not so much that there was worries about violating the demolition permits. It was just, what is going to happen there that would be very much out of keeping with what you have also expressed as the, kind of the New Jersey standard for construction, which is not really Cape May's standard for appearance of buildings. So I would say we did have a pretty good meeting on that, and I'm sure we're going to hear a lot more about that in your proposal.
Thank
Just want everybody to know that that meeting took place, and that was one of the biggest considerations.
Glad you were all happy about that.
One, before we have a motion, I appreciate your going through accepting the position that we want to hear demolitions independent. And I think your presentation is clear. We didn't officially accept you as expert testimony, but I think it's foregone conclusion that we accept you as. The confusion, however, was that 25 years ago, when this building was built, the idea was to provide a buffer between the back of a commercial building to the backdoor neighbors, the other side of the street, which are, for the most part, contributing structures. And it was at that softness that we were reluctant to approve, in my estimation, the demolition. Not because it was built during the period of significance, but because it reflected a softening between a hard back commercial building and buildings that were built during the period of significance. So it was an exception. It was an unusual position. I'm reluctant to approve something like that. Not, again, so it's clear, is we're looking for that softness. So should this be approved, then we will clearly look for that on the next phase, which you wanted to do to begin with, but is not appropriate. So with that, do I have a motion?
I had a question,
We-
though,
Okay.
Chairman. You know, it's not an historic structure, but it really is a visually striking building that fits perfectly into the historic fabric of this community, even though it's not historic. Have you ever explored the option of maybe relocating that building, whether by selling it or moving it yourself?
I don't believe that has been explored. I don't know that it could,
Well,
As an option to demolition, that's my question.
yeah.
sure. To do it, you need, first of all, the FAR ratio for that, you need basically a double lot, which, you know, you're talking economically, it's just not really feasible. But if I may want to back up real quick to address Mr. Copeland, all the buildings that we've done are constructed after that beach house went up. So the building that we built in '98, that was the only one that was there existing when the beach house went up in 2001. The main building was built in 2006, the laundry building was done in 2010, and then the restaurant was done in 2019. So this whole commercial aspect, we didn't appear until mid-2000s. So this is way after, so any talk about buffer, you're really not taking into consideration the timeline of when we actually started doing the add-ons.
Timeline is interesting, but the fact is, it does provide a buffer. That was the point, between a hard commercial building and the neighbors across the street. So that was the point of our last meeting, and that was the point of the denial. Not that it was historic or not a timeline, but that it provided a softness to these neighbors that have historic buildings. Do we have other questions or comments?
Well, I mean, it's a question, do you want to hear before or after the motion? I can make a motion and I can talk about it, or I can talk about it now. I mean, usually I would make the motion and then we would talk about it, but that's fine. I'll say that,
Let's make it a little bit easier, because we have two demos, really.
right.
And so let's take the second demo first with a motion and a vote.
So the demo of the wing first.
Yeah.
All right, I would move that we approve the demolition application for the west wing, also known as the south wing, of Lamera's property.
I'll second that motion.
Motion by Mr. Testa, seconded by Mr. Becker. Mr. Copeland,
Yes.
Mr. Carroll,
Yes.
Mr. Becker,
Yes.
Mr. Stevenson.
Yes.
Mr. Testa,
Yes.
Ms. Wilson Strick.
Yes.
Thank you.
You think there's someone here from the
Would you like the second motion? Or would you like me to speak to the second motion? I mean, whatever you
Can I
like.
make one comment, if you don't mind? Just to the point of the appearance factor and how that ties to the properties across the street. Maybe another way to think about it is, what does it look like in the absence of that structure? And if that structure were missing today, if that were not there, just a what if, essentially the back of that property would be a large parking lot and service yard. And that building, to some degree, I think it, provides that connectability to the historical structures across the street. It's the only thing along that back that actually does that,
Well,
because of the appearance of it.
that's exactly why we think it is relevant and germane and very much appropriate for you as commission members to look at the structure we are proposing to replace the beach house with, so you have an understanding that we've attempted to incorporate a addition that we think does offer that transition. And that, we went through 2 informal meetings. It was a very blank facade that was originally proposed. That is not what we are proposing now. You have those plans. Mr. McLeese has provided testimony onto it. And we asked members of the commission to look at what it is being replaced with in the context of the demolition permit, even though I know Chairman Copeland doesn't, I understand his comments, and I take it in the spirit that they were offered, but that's number one. Number two, and I'm sure we're not going to agree on this, but I do want to state it for the record, your ordinance indicates that in considering permit applications, the Historic Preservation Commission shall not consider use, zoning requirements for setbacks, density, height limitations, or lot coverage in finding appropriateness as those fall within the purview of the Planning Board and the Zoning Board of Adjustment. That use that is there on the property now and the use that we're proposing is a permitted use within the zoning district. That, we don't believe.
Are you
is
into
relevant.
the second application, or are we going to talk about the demolition of the 1318 Beach?
So Mr. Hammerin asked the question,
Yeah.
what's it going to be replaced with?
Well, yeah, I understand,
That's
but
why
I
I'm
really
speaking
don't want to
to
get
it.
into a debate with you.
No, he
But,
didn't.
well, it's also true that we consider
he didn't. He
streetscape views
he
as well
commented.
as other things. And streetscape is how you see it from the street. So you can call it density, you can read the ordinance, but this commission has jurisdiction over streetscape, and that's a principal concern. I'll get to that when we get to your second proposal. I can deal with your application for demolition, but I don't need to know right now about what you plan to do, because I can see that in the second application.
I think my point in raising my question was simply that if you were the neighbor across the street, looking across the street at the property, the only thing that today, allows you to feel that you have a streetscape that is consistent with your own buildings and comfortable to look at and so on, aesthetically pleasing, is that building. The rest of it is a parking lot, a parking garage, and some service structures.
And
That's what I was trying
I think you're absolutely right, that there has to be buffering involved here. And the lack of the structure and it's being demolished does eliminate what was once a buffer. Doesn't mean that there can't be other buffers. That's where I'm coming on this.
And our position is there's going to be a new buffer, and we'd like to present that to the commission.
And you need to convince us of that. But, I mean, I can make the motion, I can not make the motion, but I want to make a comment on the presentation relating to the beach house demolition. I think that you have accurately characterized that as a non-contributing structure. I don't think, unless there's a compelling reason that we have to deny applications for non-contributing structures, that we ought to move in that direction and be more and do more of that. I also think that on the preponderance of the evidence of the factors that have been testified to and reinforced, that you've made the case for a demolition of that beach house structure. I believed that before. I believe it better now because you've made better testimony than you did last time. So that's my view of the application insofar as it concerns the beach house. That's how I intend to vote. That's how I voted last time.
Before we accept a motion for demolition, two separate distinct motions. Regarding the beach house portion, just to be thorough in our examination, is there anyone in the audience or in the public that has a question about this beach house demolition? No public showing interest. I would start with a motion to accept the demolition of the second property.
Did we just do that?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
we did.
Did we do the wing?
We did the west wing.
We did the
already.
wing. I'm sorry, you mean, now you're doing the beach house?
You mean the beach house?
Yeah, beach house.
So 1318 New Jersey Avenue, which is the house, the two-family
Yes.
house.
Sorry,
Made a
Mark.
Say your ti- Then I'll make that motion.
Asking for-
Okay.
Right.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion by Mr. Testa, seconded by Mr. Stevenson. Mr. Copeland.
As we mentioned at our last meeting, this is a unique situation for demolition before this commission. And so I preface my vote with a comment that should this be approved by this commission, that we in fact will look very strongly at the replacement building to make sure the burden will be on the applicant to demonstrate that the new structure will be as sensitive to the community and to the neighbors in particular. And given that, then I will vote yes.
Thank you. Mr. Carroll.
I will vote yes as well.
Mr. Becker.
Yes.
Mr. Stevenson.
Yes.
Mr. Testa?
Having already explained my position, I'll vote yes.
Thank you. Ms. Wilson Stridick?
I will vote yes, but I wanted to clarify that the survey, as Ms. Westfield mentioned, was somewhat misleading. And so when we looked at it last time, I couldn't vote yes. I also disagree about point 6. I think that demolishing it removes a transitional element that softens. And I just want to go on the record as saying I have reservations about that, but I'll vote yes.
Thank you. All right, maybe we move forward with the conceptual review.
Yes.
So I'll turn back to Mr. McLeese. I know we've submitted updated plans, correct?
That's correct.
And that resulted from 2 informal meetings that you had with the commission?
That's correct.
All right.
That's correct.
Can you walk the commission through what the nature of the improvements are? What's going to be demolished, obviously now, what's going to replace the demolished structures?
Sure. So if you turn your attention to the screen, what we have shown is the proposed site plan for the property.
What's the sheet number?
The sheet number is HPC 0.01 and was included in the submission. The intent here really is to, as we discussed, demolish both the west wing of the hotel and the beach house in order to provide space for an addition to the hotel complex, which allows for banquet space and to reconstruct and modernize the 51 hotel rooms that formerly held the position of the west wing. So you see the 51 rooms located here, the banquet facilities basically located in an L shape here. These additions have been done and have been modified in several iterations from the initial submission that was made at the end of 2023. And to walk you through New Jersey Avenue across the top of the page, you'll see this hotel wing, which I guess would be the north wing that projects out to New Jersey Avenue, which is existing. The proposed addition for the banquet facility would be immediately adjacent to that, but set back slightly from that frontage. So today, this is a 20-foot setback here. I believe we are at 30 feet here. That leg comes down, and we basically honor the majority of the beach house property with garden and buffer landscape space. So, for instance, where there was a driveway here before, that's being filled in to allow us to contain, or excuse me, to continue a landscape buffer which starts basically at their west property line and runs all along New Jersey Avenue on the south side up to a new entry drive here. That entry drive being the loading facilities for the property. This L shape, again, is the banquet space. So service facilities here, proximal to the loading area, and the actual banquet facilities back here against the balance of the property. Some, I believe, I'll just say several feet, scores of feet from the property line. And then we have, again, to the immediate west, the hotel wing here, which through several iterations of revision, which we can look at further, you'll see we've tried to articulate and kind of take that same transitional approach that was used on the beach house property on this property as well. Again, borrowing tools such as proportion, scale, and rhythm to break the addition up.
Before you go to that, you
Sure.
said certain driveways are being eliminated to New
Yes.
Jersey Avenue? How many?
So just to kind of reiterate that, this was a former driveway to the parking lot, which is being eliminated, and the existing beach house property has 2 driveways today,
So,
one on either side of the property. So those are being removed, and so where we had, let's say, 3, 2 at the beach house and 1 here, we are eliminating 3 and I guess putting back 1. So that's a net loss of 2 driveways.
and that allows you to provide a more...
Continuous landscape buffer, some, say, 120 20 feet approximately from this drive to the western property edge.
Okay?
The
So-
overall width of the property is about 300?
The overall width of the property to Pittsburgh is 400.
400.
That's correct. So taking you through the plans, this would be the first floor plan. So if you are familiar with Lamera, which I'm sure you all are, you enter the property off Pittsburgh Avenue right here into what amounts to a drop-off space for the hotel. Our proposal exists here and over top of the parking area here. This is kind of hard to point with the touchpad. So the entry to the event space would be located here, off of the existing parking lot. The portion of the building that is closest to New Jersey Avenue is relegated to service facilities, so basically dark uses, no windows, it's not going to be a burden on the street or the adjacent neighbors. It is a loading area. There is 3 frontages to this property, so there's only so many places a loading area can be located. And so that is why this primary function is here. Here in what I'll call the peach area, you'll see is lounge space, which is basically we're entering for events, you're entering here, and then you're circulating up either via elevator or stair. Taking you to the second floor. Again, you'll see this is in gray is the existing property. The white areas that you see here are actually attic space because the existing building has floor-to-floor heights of some 9 foot and change. We are introducing attic spaces so that we can have obviously higher ceiling areas in some of these hospitality spaces. So to the immediate left of the plan, you'll see the hotel rooms for the second floor located along here. And again, that elevator and stairs circulating up to the next level. So taking you to the third floor, you'll see the spaces in yellow. That's the core of the banquet function. So we basically have 2 rooms here, each that can service approximately 100 people, 110 people, with kitchen support space here, connected by a corridor, and then pre-function space here. So guests are coming up, they're gathering here for pre-function, cocktail space, et cetera, and then the actual event is happening in here. This is primarily being geared towards wedding venue.
And we've stipulated in our submission to the plan, we've submitted an application to the planning board, correct?
That's correct.
We've stipulated it's not going to be used in the summertime months, correct?
That's correct. Again, hotel rooms along the western or left side of the plan that you see there. There's no gain to the hotel rooms. That's a wash. It's 51 units being removed, 51 units being replaced. One of the things to point out to you, along the lines of trying to break this addition down, obviously, this leg has been broken into a module that is consistent with the type of construction from the period in terms of the width of the frontage in here with approximately, I'm going to say 30 feet, I mean, it might be a little bit more than that. Then it's stepped back to an area here with its approximately 65-foot frontage, which is on, as I pointed out earlier, a lawn or landscape space, which is concealed by quite a heavily buffered landscape area in the front yard. And I believe in that submission, we did provide a landscape plan from the landscape architect. And then at the...
Not to this commission.
Not to this commission.
No? Okay. Then we can certainly provide that. It has been provided to planning board, I guess is what I'm thinking of. So the northern end of the hotel wing, we have a bump out shown here. That, again, is an attempt to break down the scale of this hotel wing, the scale of the hotel block itself. This is pretty close to the original dimensions of the beach house in terms of street width. And when we go to the elevations, you'll see how we try to, again, use that method of seeking to provide a transition between the commercial property and the neighboring properties. So going up to the 4th floor, again, these white spaces that you see are all attic areas above the banquet space. And then again, hotel rooms along here on the western edge. So, and one other thing to point out, this bump out portion of the hotel wing is actually 1 story lower. So that's 2 stories over parking as opposed to the balance of the hotel wing, which is 3 stories, which is comparable to the existing, which is also 3 stories over parking. So getting into the exterior, you'll see an overall elevation from Pittsburgh Avenue here, largely existing. Obviously, the addition is on the other side of this wing of the hotel, but you do see some treatment internally facing the parking lot for the event center entry. The, excuse me, south elevation facing Beach Avenue. The area immediately to, all the way to the left would be the hotel wing that is being demolished and reconstructed, generally in the same footprint at the same number of stories. And the intent here really, again, is operational and modernization, dealing with the HVAC, dealing with the ADA compliance. This building aesthetically will look very similar to what is there today and is intended to tie into the overall aesthetic of the Lemaire property. So in a large plan here, you can see, obviously, each of the units facing Beach Avenue is going to have a large slider. They are separated with columns, which I think we included material for in the materials package, railings fronting the balconies, and then we are treating the roof with a parapet pent roof with aluminum standing seam, which again matches the balance of the entire property. Moving forward to what's probably of most consideration is the elevation facing New Jersey Avenue. So if I can zoom in here a little bit.
Which sheet's that?
This is HPC 2.03. Or I guess, let's not zoom in because it's enlarged right above it. So the existing building you see here, this is the existing Hotel Porte Cochere with its roof. This is the existing portion of the north wing, which projects out, and from this point over is the new addition. So here we see the 30-foot wide service wing, which is shown here in a larger scale, which we've gone back and, after meeting and with the review committee, discussed varying approaches for this. We've introduced windows. We've introduced a lower pent roof line over the loading area to try to reduce the scale of this building, and introduced 2 garage doors instead of the initial single, I think, 18-foot wide door that we had, or actually it's probably more than 18 feet that we were.
Those are the 2 steel garage doors you show in the cut sheets.
That's correct. So further back here is what we would call the banquet area. This is the portion of the building which is set back probably, I believe, between 60 and 70 feet from the property line. You'll see here some detail on it in the colored elevation, which we can zoom in on a little bit. And the thought really here was this was to celebrate the spaces that are behind it, right? So we have large gathering spaces behind it, so we put large windows. We figured it's pretty far back from the property line, so we wanted something to kind of articulate this facade. Again, we're carrying a cornice all the way around all of the wings of this addition to reduce that scale once again. We've introduced a water table around all of the areas of the addition, and again, broke it up with fenestration and took the similar approach to what was used on the existing building with faux balconies and railings in front of windows. We're kind of taking that same approach here on the banquet area. We're taking it here over top of the loading area. And again, kind of as a play, introduced windows at the 4th floor, which kind of work along with the cornice that's being added to almost mimic a cornice or a frieze. So lastly, we'll talk about the hotel wing, which you can see probably better here. It does still have parking below it, as, you know, we need to meet our parking requirements. However, what we've done is try to screen off areas of the parking that we could between structure here and here. And then from the second floor up, you can see we've got divided windows with shutters. We took the center portion here and projected it out from the hotel wing, again, to try to, again, borrow from the spirit of the beach house, articulating that with both column surrounds, railings, dropped beams, and again, with the sliders behind. And that is accented with a standing seam aluminum roof and dropped beams at every floor, and then again, the standing seam up at the top of the hotel wing itself overall. So that kind of summarizes, and I guess we can look at the west elevation, which is the interior side yard elevation, which, not surprisingly, similar to what the previous was, with balconies in front of each of the hotel rooms, large sliders, again, with the railings, columns between the units, and standing seam roof above. The overall finish of the hotel wing, or the overall finish of all the properties is a combination, or all of the areas of the addition is a combination of either stucco, or what I should probably more accurately call exterior insulation finishing system, or hardy plank, wide exposure clapboard siding. The windows themselves, with the exception of larger window areas, which I think we have to work with an Anderson product, the balance of them are vinyl windows to match the vinyl windows that are on the balance of the hotel building itself. And I think that kind of largely addresses how the building's approached overall from a conceptual standpoint, but I'm happy to entertain any questions you might have. And maybe we should flip back to this elevation.
No, go to the 3D one.
Oh, actually, that's a good point. So further in our set, we have several 3D views of the property. This would be on New Jersey Avenue, looking toward the addition, where you see the hotel here with the porches, standing seam roof, and columns. This is the banquet space further back in the property, and then you have the proposed service wing here. This is the existing north wing of the La Mer today. So you see that setback from the existing to the proposed, and then set further back to the banquet, and then somewhat further out, almost in line with the service wing, is the hotel. The landscaping shown here, we tried to be as accurate as we could with species. They have ornamental maples, as well as evergreens and lower level plantings at several levels. Is a very deep landscape buffer. And we tried to make the best use of that land that we are creating by eliminating parking, the parking drive, and the elimination of the beach house.
And Addis has retained Melillo and Bauer as its landscape architect.
That's correct.
And I don't know if you can access your email, but I did email you the plan we submitted to the planning board.
Yeah, unfortunately, I cannot on here.
Okay, but we're happy to supply that.
We can,
To the
certainly.
commission. And the original proposal that we didn't get to in January, but the original application, I should say, we submitted,
Yes,
did not have all of the
articulation.
that you have added that's shown on HPC 3.01, correct?
That is correct.
And you did that in response to the comments received?
That's exactly correct. We had 2 meetings with the review committee, and both were very informative for us and useful in trying to find a way that this property can relate to, or act as, again, as a transition to the established neighborhood or residential properties across the street, and also allowed us to design it in a way where we could try to maximize that landscape area and use it as a buffer.
Before I turn to Mrs. Westfield, are there any questions about that presentation?
Mr. McLean, you guys get a report from Mr. Hurlis yet for your site plan application?
I do not believe we
We
have.
just submitted it, I think, last week.
Okay, all right.
We did meet with the planning board informally to present the concept, went, met with Mr. King, and Mr. Hurlis, got some feedback, and the plan was just submitted 10 days ago, I want to
Okay.
say.
Well, the reason I bring that up is because the elimination of that egress point from the parking lot would be a positive. for the
Consideration for
streetscape.
them.
Would be a positive for the streetscape, but I don't know if that's a positive for parking and safety and egress, so.
It was one of the
I think
items
it-
that was suggested by Mr. Hurlis, and it's
To
why,
eliminate it.
in part,
Right.
yes.
Okay.
Why, in part, we incorporated into the design.
Okay.
I'm sorry, is the testimony now going to be on historic factors relating to this?
With
Because
what?
I will have other questions.
Yeah.
What was your question?
There's another part of the presentation that they haven't finished yet.
No,
Yeah, I'm going to address that. That's my job.
So you're familiar with the standards, you're familiar with the factors that go into this development that Mr. McLeese just described, correct?
Yeah, and Mr. McLeese, if you could you enlarge it so it's the top view there?
Yes.
Because that would facilitate my discussion.
It's HPC 3.01.
Yeah, that's good, thank you. So you're kind of looking at the landscape buffer, but I'm talking about what you're looking at beyond the landscape buffer. And specifically, I'm talking about your design guidelines, your design standards for site placement, which is on page 58, and height, massing, proportion, and scale, which is on page 59, and the standards that you shared with the community there. Specifically, the idea that standard number 4 for site placement, site new construction to be compatible with the surrounding buildings that contribute to the overall character of the district in terms of setback, orientation, spacing, and distance from adjacent buildings. And what we've tried to do in response to the feedback that we got in meeting with your design committee is to break up the scale of what is being proposed in both the service wing and the hotel wing by responding to the character of the beach house and adding the projecting portion that you see on the right that comes out with porches, with a columns and balustrade, with the lower roof line, with the fenestration patterns and the rhythm and scale that you currently have in the beach house. And we're applying that to this north, no.
West.
West, well, no, the north end of the west wing.
There you go.
Okay, to try to help make a transition in massing, proportion, and scale between the wing of the hotel and that commercial use and the neighboring buildings on the opposite side of the street, which are much more in character with this projecting section that you see here. So when you're looking at your standards on page 59, standard number 1, design new buildings to be compatible with the surrounding buildings that contribute to the overall character of the historic district in terms of height, size, scale, massing, and proportions. And so that's what you see us trying to do here. Number 2, the mass and scale of the new construction should respect the neighboring contributing historic properties in the streetscape as a whole. That was what was driving this design. 3, historic heights and widths as well as their ratios should be maintained. You'll see that we have done that here as well. And preserve significant view sheds, which that one doesn't really apply. In fact, if anything, we're trying to buffer it further and then open it up with landscape.
Do you think we meet all the standards with the design that Mr. McLeese has described?
That is my professional opinion as a historic architect.
That's all I have, Chairman. Welcome any questions you may have.
Before we open it up for the group, you mentioned a landscape plan. We don't have that.
Yeah, my apologies. I thought it was in there, but we certainly can provide it.
And that landscape plan, we will be looking for details on not just the species, but some element of size, because as you know, you can plant a little stick, 50 years from now will be a
Yeah.
tree. So
I believe they have all the sizes scheduled on the landscape plan.
They're mature specimens.
I mean, in terms of establishing a buffer, I mean really mature. And it's really difficult for me to cast my vote here, although we're going to shoot for, for a conceptual here, without really knowing the guts of that landscaping plan, because I consider it really material to passing on this issue. I will say one thing, and that is, however that landscaping plan comes out, we have used the device of supplying a landscaping plan, which is accepted when we give an approval here, but we require it to run with the land, and we require it to be maintained, and we require the city or its designee to have enforcement rights with respect to that. Think of it as a covenant burdening the land. So that's the kind of landscaping plan I have involved in mind. Again, subject to whatever you've shown, it's not just a plant and forget situation. I think we owe it to the neighbors on the other side of New Jersey to be sure that the structure, no matter how well it's buffered, improved, moved back, and made consistent, I think we owe it to them to have a plan here that's maintained for the future.
That issue, I would agree with your comments, as you could tell from my comments. We, in fact, could deal with that in the motion with regards to requiring approval by the review committee. And the other issue, before we just open it up, you're looking for conceptual. You mentioned planning. With regards to the number of parking spaces you need, is that a zoning issue that you have to deal with?
Well, happy to answer the question. It's a planning board application because the use is fully permitted, but we are also seeking a C variance for the number of parking spaces required, which the planning board has jurisdiction over, does not have to go to the zoning board.
If I remember, Lemaire is pretty well topped out in terms of available parking spaces,
Yeah, we've
unless you're stacking them up on top of each
number of
other.
parking spaces is off the top of your head. We didn't come
Today?
prepared to deal with that because
I think you
it's
said-
not really.
No, this is a question for
182.
information. Question for information.
182, and you said you have 54 units right now, and with all these changes, there'll still be 54 units.
51.
51 units.
Correct.
But you're adding a whole banquet facility.
That's correct.
And that's going to bring in another big parking request.
Right, but
I'm assuming the
It's part of our application that
seasonal.
it's seasonal only. So and we have a traffic consultant, David Shropshire from Shropshire Associates engaged. He prepared a parking assessment study. We've submitted that as part of our application, and he's going to have testimony on that issue.
But by seasonal only, are you talking about the only seasonal problem will be during July, August, or?
No.
it'll
I'm
be-
sorry, outside of the summer season. So the banquet
Yes.
facility will only be utilized after Labor Day. What did the two dates were September?
Basically mid-June.
Yeah, well, the management is familiar with the
Mid-June to
density of
September,
parking
early September.
in that area for high season,
It
so
won't
I
be for a
understand.
dining room in season? So the only dining room you'll have is that little one on the front corner?
Well, there's an expanded restaurant
Yeah,
now.
yeah. Well,
But is that correct,
no.
Mr. Andy?
That's a small little restaurant where.
We just gave them permission to.
Yeah,
The
the
question-
old restaurant was.
The question was, are you going to use the banquet facility as dining space for your residents in season from June to September?
No. And then no, to answer your question, no, but the event space is only going to be for the guests of the hotel, not outside.
So in other words, if you're booking a wedding at the banquet facility, you also have to book a block of rooms in order to secure the space. So you're essentially double counting for parking, because the people that are going to be using the hotel rooms are going to be parking on site, and they're also going to be patronizing the event.
As time goes
It's an
by,
enforcement nightmare with those kind of things.
It always.
but as time goes by, what people forget a lot of these issues. Has planning asked for a deed restriction on the things that you're
haven't
now
gone to
presenting?
We haven't been heard.
We haven't had a hearing.
For this group, would you, for our understanding, would you be willing to accept a deed restriction on use?
No.
So,
It's outside the purview, and I don't mean to be short about that. It's just outside, we submit, it's outside the purview of this commission. That's a use issue. If that comes up in the planning board review context, it might be something that we agree to, but I can tell you that our submission is that it will only be used outside of the summer season. There will be a resolution prepared, and we surmise that is going to be incorporated as a condition of the approval, and if it's violated, the owner applicant will be subject to zoning enforcement by the city.
Yeah, and to address any concerns, I mean, we've never been in violation of any, I think we're the only applicants that go for new construction, 3 or 4 times in a row now. We haven't had any violations of exceeding any capacities or doing anything that we're not supposed to be zoned for. So, I mean, I'm not sure.
The problem that I would see is not next week or next year or 2 years, but 10 years from now, when all this is
Constructed.
forgotten. It is zoning and planning, and we're very careful not to get involved in zoning and planning issues, as we would ask them not to get involved in historic preservation issues. But I think it's telling that you're not willing to offer them a deed restriction, so
They haven't asked for it yet.
We haven't, yeah.
He-
We had an
they haven't
informal
gone
meeting and
before
it
the-
never came up.
They haven't gone.
I asked the question, if they did, was he willing to agree to that? And he
thought it
said
was
no.
here.
I thought you said if we wanted to give it to you as a result of this application, the answer is no. If it comes up in the context
But
of the planning
don't
board-
trouble yourself, you're going to get a covenant with respect to the landscaping,
No, I understand that. I heard
so.
that part already. But if it comes up in the context of the plan, we'll review it, we'll consider it, it may be something we agree, depends on the context of it. It would have to be negotiated with the board, and we're willing to do it.
Yeah, it depends what the covenant is. I mean, if you can't just give a blank check. We got to know exactly what the covenants are to be. And we'll comply, if it makes sense, but we just can't give a blank check like that.
I was just trying to confirm and document what you said you were going to do, that's all.
We've had integrity through and through. We've always done what we said, and we don't intend to change that.
So I would consider exceptional review
Could we have,
seriously based on the planning board's evaluation of all the other issues that they're concerned with, and then come back to us with what they're going to do to give the proper parking, all the details like closing in all these views underneath the garage areas that would affect the neighbors. The pictures showing the landscaping around it make it look pretty nice, but it's 3 stories over a big open thing on pilings underneath, which is exactly what we're trying to get away from in new construction in the Cape May area.
are you commenting on the merits of the application? I'm just
No.
trying to understand the nature of your comment.
To help them keep moving, I would say a conceptual review, but with a very big warning that this means a lot of things have to get straightened out here before we would ever give a final.
We understand it's a larger scale project, and there's a lot of complexity to it. So it's understandable that, there are considerations, and that's really why we're looking for conceptual only at this point. And then one other thing I just wanted to point out, throughout the overall proposed development, the only area that is maintaining still parking below is under the hotel. So the other areas are all the way to the ground.
All the new areas? Or all the way to the ground?
The service area and the banquet space go all the way to the ground. The only thing that's up on columns is the hotel,
The new addition?
the new hotel addition.
Well, that's a big
I
deal
just
we're
wanted to
looking
make
at.
sure it was
Yeah,
clear. And that's, again, our motivation for the landscape.
Yeah.
I mean,
We've had many,
lest
many
you-
discussions about things going up to meet all the new flood standards. We're starting to look like, the North Carolina coast where everybody's sitting up on pilings because of flooding conditions.
Yep.
And
Lest you-
there are ways to,
Mitigate.
correct that.
Yep.
Unless you think we're not ever involved in parking, we are considering exactly things that Tom is referring to, and that is citywide standards to be recommended to the city council for purposes of considering an ordinance that relates to standardizing understructure parking. Now, it so happens structures like Lemaire would be exempt from that, at least as we've discussed them so far, because it's a commercial operation, and we understand your need to maximize the use of your property. But we do get involved in, and will be involved in, talking about parking situations. Are we going to comment otherwise on the merits?
Yeah, we've got some
Yeah,
comments.
we need to open it to the commission for
Sure.
comments.
So with regard to the north end of the West Wing, I concur that you've done a reasonably good job at mitigating the mass of that by virtue of layering of space, mainly because you've got a porch, so you've got
Right.
some depth to the facade.
Correct.
You've made it almost the width of what the former beach house was, almost the height of what the former beach house was. You're almost exactly matching the setbacks of all the houses across the street, because all the houses across the street are more than 30 feet from the road, right? So that all kind of, with the exception of driving underneath it, which I think the landscape might be able to mitigate enough, even for pedestrians, that I think you've done a pretty good job at and should be congratulated.
Thank you.
On the other hand, the middle wing, where the service entrance is, which interestingly you didn't address in your presentation, is, I think, a streetscape disaster. I can't mitigate my
You're referring
comment.
to the steel doors in the open driveway for the service entrance?
That's only part of it, right? So that's a massive wall. Yes, there is one setback, but notice that the piece you've got on the north end of the west wing is roughly 33 feet wide, if I'm scaling it properly. But that middle wing, with the addition of the service area, is over 70 wide. Now, yes, there's a setback in it, but the mass of that setback, 12 or 13 feet, it still will read, because of its proximity to the street, only 20 feet or 30 feet collectively, that's 70 feet wide. It's more than double the width, and it's a full story higher. It's a 4-story mass on the street facing a whole collection of, I would say, showcase historical structures on the other side of New Jersey. Further, I think, deteriorated by having two massive steel loading dock doors facing the street. Now, Mr. McLeese, I really appreciate the discussions we had in review, because we talked about some other ways that you might be able to mitigate that in terms of where exactly those loading dock doors are. I think that whole middle section, and we could talk about all kinds of great design ideas, but you're a good enough designer to figure that out yourself. That's the part that I cannot abide. The mass and scale of it in terms of straight from page 59 of our ordinance, right? So this is not something I'm making up. It in no way, in my mind, matches the height, size, scale, massing, and proportions of that existing neighborhood, particularly the houses across the street. And in good conscience, to protect the historical character of that street, I cannot approve the current design for that centerpiece.
I appreciate your comments, and I understand where you're coming from in that regard. The one thing I would point out is the further I think taking the wall further back with the loading area, I guess we were drawing a relationship between that wing and the hotel wing and trying to create a dialogue with regard to their setbacks. So taking it further back, I feel like maybe creates a little bit of confusion in the overall massing of the property, but certainly, again, this is conceptual. It's certainly something that we can continue to explore.
I don't know whether this is consistent with John's remarks or not, but I really have an aversion, and I think the residents of New Jersey Avenue will have an aversion to a driveway with service areas and trucks driving up to two large steel doors, no matter how far you set them back. If I had my personal ability to comment on that, I would say that service area for access needs to be pivoted around, and the trucks cannot access it from New Jersey.
That's what they do right now, right?
We did talk about that.
And there's a way you could make that happen.
Well, there is a way you can make it happen, but it would result in being over in the impervious coverage.
I'm sorry, I didn't
The
hear
amount
you.
of paving that we would need to make those turning movements for those trucks,
So what's
Yeah,
white here? So they don't have a landscape plan?
that's landscaping.
Did
It's all
I not understand that you applied for variances?
We have.
You could apply for a variance.
We
couldn't
were
you?
trying to minimize.
Well, I appreciate that, but we're trying to keep steel doors and a big driveway and trucks from going into New Jersey opposite those houses we're trying to protect.
Just one other comment, the Romeo and Juliet balcony that's sort of stuck on the front of that four-story high wall that is, roughly the width of a house. I understand and I appreciate that that's an attempt to mitigate the scale of that, but it almost exacerbates the scale distinction by virtue of the mass of that wall relative to the teeny tininess of the little stuck-on piece of the balcony.
That's the kind of details I said, coming back. Some of the things I was looking at, there's one floor that has shutters on some of the windows, and all the shutters are not even sized to the windows. There's so many details that would need to be corrected if, in fact, the planning board said, we're okay with the site plan. I think that would be a time we could spend a lot more time trying to clean up those details.
I don't think we can grant conceptual approval with so many conditions that would, I think the discussion here can be useful to you in terms of the things we're saying, and there has been an advance here. So it's not like we aren't making progress, but the number of points that are raised here tonight, I don't think allow us to vote for conceptual approval for this application, even as improved.
Before we go there, though, we have some other members of the commission that should have an opportunity to comment. I don't disagree with you, but having said that, other comments? Janice?
Well, I had a question about the landscaping. On the pictures that you have, 1 and 2, you see the existing trees that
Yes.
are buffered. Are they going to be preserved?
So if I can go back to the site
Well,
plan here.
we've agreed that they're going to provide a landscape
Well,
plan.
but we agree, but I just want to know if they're going to preserve the trees.
I just want to understand which trees specifically we're talking about. So I'll give you an overview of how the landscape plan was approached. Obviously, we've tried to plant as much as we could through this area. So that white area is all planted area. That's all plantings. The street trees that were healthy in the eyes of the landscape architect were maintained. The ones that were not were to be replaced. The landscaping that is in front of the existing, what I'll call north wing, which is in the area of where they currently store their trash and recycling, those trees were not shown to be removed, so that's existing to remain. As are the plantings and trees that are in the existing landscape that buffers the existing parking lot. So those all remain as well.
Okay. Because they're mature trees and they
They are.
could help the neighborhood
Yes,
survive
absolutely.
this, which is going to be quite a test.
Thank you. John, did you complete your comments?
A couple comments from me. Bill, I think Tom and John said it correctly. Coming to the design committee those two times over the course of the last couple months was iterative in kind of pushing us to this point. So I think that the plan that we would have seen in January didn't get to the plan that we're seeing in March without a little bit of hard work and kind of collaboration and partnership along the way. So when I hear Tom and John, I talk about the things that are missing, which are clear, and I knew that the doors were going to be something that we hit on. I think that it gets back to the idea of the design committee, that biweekly or every Tuesday meeting where, in collaboration, we could find a time to bring Bill back in and talk through some of those issues and see if there's alternative ideas that can be presented. Because I do agree, those doors are going to be, I don't want to say prohibitive, but a huge challenge.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. We found it helpful, and again, it's a larger scale project than maybe some of the other ones you typically see. And we fully expect that with that complexity, there's going to be a lot of back and forth.
Can I ask our attorney, if this goes to the planning board, do they need a ruling, either yes, no, or conceptual?
They don't need it, but I think they're going to want it. I think the applicant's going to want it because
Yeah.
both the zoning and planning board are going to want to know, what does the HPC think of this application? So what I was trying to look at was just the dates, because it looks like you just submitted to the planning.
Yes.
So they're going
Yes,
to,
in May is there going to be the hearing.
I was going to say, Mr. Hurlis is going to do a completeness review. You may get some comments back.
Yeah, might be another plan change to
So-
address his comments.
So in other words, if we had, maybe the applicant had an opportunity to flush out some of these comments at another review committee meeting and then come back next month, maybe for conceptual.
All right.
Before we get ahead of ourselves, do we have comments at the other end of the table?
I just had a question regarding, you've had several meetings with the review committee, and obviously, they gave you recommendations. Have those recommendations been incorporated into what we're seeing now?
Yes, we
Yes.
believe so, maybe not to the extent.
With the exception of the service yard.
Yeah, but I think we have.
As a part of that review committee, I would say they've partially been included in it, not to the full extent.
And then the issues that were brought up tonight are new issues, not issues that were previously
No, not
recommended.
actually new issues. Maybe
service-
not.
yeah.
I think it's the reaction of the whole commission to,
Right.
you know, to
So-
what was
so-
suggested by.
I'm just saying, not knowing what was recommended in review, I just want to know if they
We're
are
in the same boat, Jake.
responding, you
We're in
know?
the same
Take the
boat.
whole, to the review committee, the whole thing seemed like a contest of seeing how many people you could get in a telephone booth. And, it's so crowded on that property as is, that, we're trying to say, in fact, one thing I would even say, is the new hotel that's going up,
Well-
why couldn't that just be 3 stories that allow all that extra parking go to serve a whole new business that's going to it? But now that's planning board stuff.
I mean, I just,
It is, number one, and number
Yeah.
two, we disagree with that assessment. We adhere to most of the bulk standards in the zone, coverage, et cetera. We think this is an appropriate plan of development, and we think
And-
the only
and-
major variance is the parking, and we think we're going to be able to satisfy that.
Yeah, and my question is,
testimony.
hopefully, we're all moving forward together, the review
Yeah.
committee.
well, I mean, but it seems to me, I mean, my perception of where we are is that, and it may well be good for you to have conceptual approval with conditions as we would state them, but I don't think we're prepared to do that tonight.
So here's the
So,
concern.
so would you like me to make a motion to table this until
No,
the next
before-
meeting?
Before we do, Jim, we still have, we're trying to get around the
I'm
room
sorry, I'm getting ahead.
Lorraine,
I'll just make a comment, because everything that I'm hearing really talks about the parking as a big issue. And then if you go to the planning board, and they change the site plan drastically, then it's going to clearly change what we do here. And that's my biggest concern, taking a look at, this and, what we look at, on the back end of everything. So,
I'm just going to say that I think it's also important, as we go forward here, we look at the lighting plan and other parts of this application too. The lighting plan is interesting for 2 reasons. One is that, so much of the activity of the hotel actually now faces onto New Jersey. So you're going right into the houses across the street, depending on how the lighting plan works. And the second part of it is, we are supporters of the Dark Sky Initiative and all the other things that go on here as well. So that has to be taken into consideration.
Of course.
One of the things might be reasonable here, because I can't imagine a conceptual motion that's going to capture everything that we've talked about. And it seems appropriate that we table this until you've had a chance to gain some kind of understanding and acceptance of what it is we've all been talking about, and giving you an opportunity to develop a plan that addresses some of those issues. So it just seems, we don't know unless we go around the room, but it seems like there's a chance you won't get conceptual approval.
If I'm understanding the timing, you will have at least one more HPC meeting before your planning board procedure
We
goes
think
ahead.
so.
And what I'm suggesting is that between tonight and the next HPC meeting, if we table this, that we'll have a chance to make better progress and give you a conceptual approval with conditions at the next HPC meeting that you can then take to the planning board and say, look, we've been through the HPC and they gave us the following 4 conditions. I mean, it's clear we're making progress, but I'm not at a point where we've made enough progress that I would know how to articulate a conceptual approval tonight.
Can I add something to that? Because one of the concerns was Mr. Becker's concern about that centerpiece, and a lot of comments about that door. And I know the applicant is designing, the plan for the planning board to minimize the extent that you have to ask for relief. But if there's some way to solve that door problem with a creative parking solution, and maybe it results in an impervious coverage variance, but you go in with a request that balances the need for that variance with maybe, wish list of design items from the HPC.
Obviously, it's not always that simple.
It's
Coverage
not,
deals with-
it's not that simple, and I'm not suggesting that,
Right.
but if you have to go to two boards, it may make sense to see if
Right.
it's worth exhausting that.
Yeah, so coverage obviously relates to stormwater impacts, that has to be assessed. So there's look, our goal is to make everybody in Cape May City happy with respect to this plan of development. But obviously, there are competing issues with respect to the HPC and the planning board, and our job is to try to meld those together as best we can. To your point, Mr. Testa, if it's a matter of 1 month, and we can get on that April agenda, I don't think we have any objection to a motion to table, but if it's going to be beyond that,
To me, the timing works better for you, for us to do that.
But I do think the commission,
Already done.
Yeah, that'll be part of it.
I do think the commission, at some point, obviously, you'll want to take a vote so that the planning board knows of your comments
That would be our intent.
when we go into the planning board, so that.
No doubt about
if
it.
you're gonna seek an
No
impervious
doubt
cover
about it. But you
variance,
don't want
Rely
my,
upon your
Support.
thoughts on that.
yeah, you don't want my vote tonight.
All right, so do I have a motion to table this until the next?
Motion to
HPC
table the
meeting.
application here for scheduling at the next upcoming HPC meeting.
Which is April.
Which is April, applicant waiving, though,
April
the
15th,
statutory period.
It's April 15th, and the applicant consents to that, correct?
Yeah, as long, I just want to make sure, and again, I know the February meeting was canceled. So you have a quorum for that meeting for April 15th, so far as you know? Excellent. Thank you so much.
So I'll second that motion.
Yeah, because we still have to
We have a
vote
I'd
on
like to
motion.
it.
second it with the invitation for Mr. McLeese to come and join us on another Tuesday morning or two, and we can
Yeah.
chat about
That'd be
other
good.
design solutions collectively so that you're not,
We need a motion
Throwing it
for,
I think the motion's been made,
We have a motion.
yeah,
and it needs to be seconded.
okay, we need a
I'll
vote.
second.
Motion by Mr. Testa, seconded by Mr. Becker. Mr. Copeland,
Yes,
Mr. Carroll,
Yes.
Mr. Becker,
yes.
Mr. Stevenson.
Yes.
Mr. Testa,
Yes.
Ms. Wilson Stridick.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience tonight.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
See you in April.
thank you.
We don't need
Hey, Margaret, good to see you again. How have you been?
it. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to take it's 5 minutes to 8. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll meet back here at 8 o'clock.
My court report is going to dismantle all your microphones, so we'll be out of here by the time you
Okay.
reconvene.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Olivia.
Really tough ones. We're all-
Hey, Margaret.
So are you enjoying the porch over at the inn the other day? Yeah.
Not gonna be in order.
Yeah. I haven't been over there much since the new owners took over, maybe twice. You know. Oh, yeah. Yeah. At least it's nice to get outside, you know. Oh, I used to go there, they used to have like a $5 cheeseburger night. It was a great cheeseburger for $5. Yeah, it went up a little bit, yeah. Looks like an old surveillance mic there, that undercover cops were there.
Like a press briefing here or something.
thing keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Jeez. Yeah. Yeah. That's just ongoing.
I know, it sounds like, that's a handful, that one. You want me to get that for you?
Oh. These work. This is it, final stretch, huh? Video, I gotta launch my video. Something to stretch, huh?
That's it.
It's going to be a long one.
Evidently.
So I'll cut it off, right? And I'll introduce you. Want me to kick it off? And I'll introduce you. Just I'll be like 2 minutes.
Yes, doesn't have to be long.
And so,
Say hello and make everybody happy. Because they're all like pretty tired right now.
Start soon.
So, Tom, I hope you're not going to take 2 hours.
Well, it depends on you guys.
It's not Tom who'll take the 2 hours, it's Catherine.
I will try to be succinct.
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I blocking something? No. Sorry.
Get over it. I wish we could get over this.
Thank you. Oh, well, I'm exhausted too. This is, these kinds of meetings.
I mean, from being sick.
Well, of course, and then it's even, that's
I'm
even-
like, I'm
yes.
getting in that foggy phase.
Yeah, and I'm also got like, I got the worst teary eyes, and I think I was walking around the gardens,
Oh, jeez. That'll get
and I think I have hay fever.
Yeah, I believe it.
You know, I never was a big hay fever. I never really, but man, my eyes are
Yeah.
just burning up. Okay, let's make sure you don't have a runny nose now. You'll be talking and I'll be dripping all over the place. Jesus.
a little mini water there. Gonna get you through the next couple hours. Yeah.
Thanks for that lead.
Oh, good.
That wasn't my phone number. I don't know whose number you gave us.
Oh, really? Oh,
So I responded back, but my office itself, please give me a call. So
Okay.
I played it off. It's like, oh yeah, great, here's my office, myself.
Okay, all right.
Please give me a call.
okay.
Yeah, 203 something. I'm not a 203 number.
He's from Bronxville, New York. He's a composer.
Interesting.
It's 5 minutes after 8, and the HBC is reconvening with the next order of business. Is Lord, 1239 New York Avenue, Block 1132, Lot 27. This is a contributing property. There's a rear addition, new garage, roof, dormers, siding, windows, deck, and porch repair and HVAC. So with that,
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Yeah, I'm Tom Lord. I'm the owner of the home at 1239 New York Avenue. It's great to be here for final approval of this renovation project. It's been a long journey, but my wife and I have been very pleased and thankful that it's gone so well so far. The plans have been well received by HPC last year, about a year ago, for conceptual approval. Recently, very well received by the zoning board and also by surrounding neighbors. I'm here with the architects, Catherine Lorenz and Will Horslak. Catherine will review the new drawings and some of the changes from the original submission that were recently approved in full by the zoning board. I mentioned in the last HPC hearing a little bit about my family's heritage, and that 1239 has been in their family for 4 generations. I was fortunate to purchase the house in 2009 to keep it in the family, and fortunate at that time, my parents had to move out because they could no longer handle the steps due to health issues. Preparing for our retirement years in Cape May, as they say, aging in place is one of the main drivers behind this renovation, and it includes the addition of an elevator, so steps will never be an issue for us in retirement. And you'll note from the architectural design that the elevator blends in very well with the house structure. It's not noticeable, and that's very important to us as a corner lot. And it also includes a complete rebuild of the garage that's currently an eyesore and on the verge of collapse. You don't notice as much when the trees are in bloom, but right now you can see it's sinking a little bit. But we appreciate your time and consideration. We hope you find that these project plans are reasonable, not only in improving the streetscape, but also keeping the look and feel of the existing structure. From an HPC perspective, you'll find that this renovation will allow our home to be more in compliance with the HPC standards, because our current home has siding that's all vinyl, and most of our windows are also vinyl. So with that, I'll turn it over to Catherine.
are you in this picture on the?
That's Hurricane Agnes, 1972. So we haven't had
Which
flooding
one
since. I don't know, I was out boating somewhere down New York Avenue.
In the a resubmitted application, there is the booklet, which I will refer to in a minute. There is also site plans, whoops, it says right here, we have complete drainage and landscape plans, so we can refer to that if need be. And we have the architectural plans, but the first thing that I thought would be the easiest is, it was a year ago that we presented. We received conceptual approval, but I just sort of want to go over what the project is. And I think if we go over these exhibits, these are the exhibits that I used at the zoning board, which we got approval for all of the items that we requested. So if you look at Exhibit 1, Exhibit 1 on the left, on the upper left, shows the existing house, and then on the upper right shows the proposed. I'm going to go over the plans with you in a minute, but there is one item on the proposed that is different than what we had shown you originally. And that item is this, a deck going over the back porch. And one of the main reasons that we put that deck on the back porch is we had no place to put the HVAC unit other than right in the middle of the backyard. We've pushed the house back. We're keeping the garage in the exact location, but we have a ramp going down, and I think that as we discuss the other options, this turned out to be the best option. It goes, I think, in line with the building, and so I wanted to point that out to you as the biggest change that you all may not remember, if you remember this building at all, because it was a year ago and you guys see so many buildings. The bottom shows the existing front on the left-hand side, and then the proposed front on the right. It's, in essence, the same. We're going to replace the windows with wood windows. In the booklet, I identify the gelled wood windows primed to be painted. We are changing the front door a little bit, but we're going to repoint all the brick. We're going to put new wood lattice underneath, which right now there's vinyl. And again, as a reminder, what we did is we increased the size of the dormers, but kept them in style with the house. So if we go to Exhibit 2, which is the second page, what this page, I think, identifies is the existing side of the house. This is a corner lot. It shows the old garage that have gotten approval to demolish from the HPC, and it shows the existing house. Then on the bottom of the page, we've pushed out the house along with so we could add the elevator and push the house out. We've built the maximum size height-wise, an 18-foot height garage, matching the original doors and matching the dormer on the top. One of the driving factors, in addition to floor area, lot coverage, was the tree. And at the end of this, you'll see. The tree is a memorial tree to a family member who passed away. It is a beautiful crepe myrtle tree. And if we were to build a new garage, we would have killed this tree. And so then if we go to Exhibit 3, on the extreme left is the existing first floor. In the middle is the proposed first floor. The red line that I drew across shows where the existing deck ends. What's in pink is what is new. So to the bottom of the line, hatched, is the elevator, and we added a little to the kitchen. Also, what you'll see here, which is on the outside, is a ramp that takes the people down to the elevator, which is accessed from the lower level, the basement level. Because right now, the house is almost 1 story above grade. So the ramp would be, we would have planting in front of the ramp, and it would all be pavers going down. The Exhibit 4 shows, again, the existing second floor on the left-hand side. It shows the proposed second floor, which we are pushing out now over the elevator and over the extension of the kitchen. And you can see the deck, which really isn't a deck that anyone is going to use, because it's going to be filled with the condenser units, which, one, they have to be above grade, so that they would be at least 5 feet sticking up in the backyard, up on some kind of platform. Here, they're on a balcony hidden by the railings. On the next one is the 3rd floor, and we show the attic area, which is used as Tom's daughter's bedroom. We increase the size of the dormers to give her a little more headroom, and we put a bathroom up there, and that again is shown in pink. If we go to Exhibit 5, we are now showing the new garage and the location of the ramp that takes you into the rear of the house. The front of the house, of course, is remaining. Exhibit 6 shows the old garage, which is being demolished, and the beautiful crepe myrtle tree that now will be saved, because we are able to keep the new garage in the existing footprint of the old garage.
You have prior approval on demoing the existing garage?
We have gotten a zoning approval for that, everything.
No, HPC
And,
for demolition.
Yes, and we got HPC approval for demolition.
And zoning for
Yes.
going back in the same location.
Yeah.
And then finally, just for your amusement, is an old photograph that was taken from a plane at around 1920.
It's a blimp.
Around 1920, and the arrow shows you the house
On its
and
way
the
to
Peter
Lakehurst.
Shield in.
Just no garage.
Okay? So that's just the project in a nutshell. And I do have here the resolution, and it's attached to the booklet. So I thought I would go through in brief the packet, just to make sure that we're all understanding what materials we're asking for. And there's going to be one item that we'll bring to your attention, that there may be some discussion. So we are talking about replacing all of the windows, which now currently every window in the house is vinyl. We're going to replace all of those windows with new gel wood windows.
The kitchen windows are wood, right? No, not all of them. No, vinyl.
Those are coming out, though.
You're right.
Okay. We are going to replace the roof with asphaltic shingles. Will was good enough to get up in the attic and looked and saw plywood underneath. So there is no evidence of wood shingled roofing. I'm going to come back to the siding. The deck will be wood. It would be either mahogany or epee. Exterior doors would be wood. The garage, since it is new, would be hardy board plank. The driveway, and it's not really a driveway because we're trying to limit the amount of lot coverage, is a brick pavers. I have pictures of those. There may be one exterior carriage light off the garage. The HVAC equipment is above on the balcony, and we are going to repair masonry. So if we went to page 3, all of these items are identified, but there's one item that Tom wanted to bring to your attention. And originally, we had designed this building, and when we got conceptual approval, we were going to put all wood shingles on the house. They have since gotten pricing on this, and it's going to be like 1/3 of the budget of, it's just something that we're throwing out here and being upfront about. Because neighbor across the street, which is also the same type of house that was renovated 10 years ago, the neighbor down the street, which was renovated about 7 years ago, they're all hardy shingles. So I know that new design standards have been published, but it's my duty to represent the client, and they have asked that you might consider the house being sided in hardy shingles. We did do a look-see and cut a hole in the vinyl. The house now is vinyl sided. Underneath the vinyl is asbestos, and underneath the asbestos is clapboard.
And wouldn't clapboards be more appropriate for the house and perhaps less expensive than shingles?
Yes, clapboards would be less labor intensive. So,
And cheaper,
yeah.
and more appropriate for it's a contributing
Yes,
property, so.
The date of the house was the date of construction?
the date of the house
It's-
is, I think it's around 19,
See, you're clearly East Cape May Development Company
They were-
stuff. I mean, it's
1914.
1914?
Well, clapboard was becoming pretty common.
oh, absolutely.
Cedar
Yes.
shake and clapboard were still,
But I mean, it's
Oh, clapboards were
a testimony
turn of
to
the
the
century.
original house that it was clapboard sided.
1890s, you had clapboards. I mean,
Yeah, but this is, they say, between 1909 and
Yeah.
1911.
Yeah.
yeah.
Many of the houses, there are about, I believe there are at least 24 houses that were built by the same
Yeah.
developer.
Yeah.
This is part of what was called the East Cape May Real Estate Development Company, and their scheme was to sell lots and find people to build, and it went great until they collapsed in 1916,
Good old Peter Shields,
and many others.
yeah.
But
well,
it's,
we've interrupted you, Catherine, but I would just share with you, you know what our standards are, and a contributing property, putting something other than wood, and clapboards would be appropriate. I would also add that the new construction on the garage should also be comparable materials to the house, so.
So if we were to put wood clapboards on the contributing building and then matched the appearance with hardy board on the garage. Would not that be acceptable? Because they are not right next to each other. They are about 40 feet from each other. And I don't think too many people, other than maybe this group here who has very sophisticated eyes, would know the difference.
I would argue that this is a contributing property in Cape May, and it's appropriate to continue with,
But it's a new,
Natural
it's a new
material.
garage.
But it's a brand-new garage, and doesn't that fall under new construction?
If you're looking at, my interpretation of our standards would allow for the hardy plank on the garage, but not on the house.
I'm sorry, so,
My interpretation of our new standards would allow for hardy plank on the garage, but not on the house.
I mean, to focus for a moment on the house, it's very clear you did the right thing in terms of making the inspection. You've certified what the materials were, and there really is original wood clapboard under there. With this kind of certification on a contributing structure on that house, we can't allow hardy board on the house.
But since the garage is a new structure, our standards would allow for that. That's what our standards
the
say.
standards would allow for it, but what would be the point?
Good point.
I mean, you have a contributing house, you're really rehabbing the entire house, and adding a garage, it just seems to have two different materials.
I mean, it has the virtue that the garage is a small structure.
Yes.
So doing a small structure in planking, I mean, obviously hardy board's got to cost something. I'm not familiar with the current prices, but in terms of an economic situation, a small garage done in planking would be much more complementary to the
I
house.
think what we're trying to clarify for you is that I believe that our standards would allow for that, but that wouldn't be our recommendation. Our recommendation would be to use the same clapboard siding on both the house and the garage.
Because they were meant to match.
Correct.
They were built together
And
then.
because, by the way, even though you're knocking it down, you have demolition to do it, in the historic property report for this house, it does talk about that garage having an historic component as part of the key contributing aesthetic feature of that property. So
We're not sure when it was built, though.
I know, right, no, it's all right.
Yeah.
It's gone because we've already approved the demolition because it's collapsing.
It's going to fall down if we,
Yeah, blow it quick. Well, my question is, and the reason why, we wanted to explore this is that the other, what we call birdcage houses similar to ours, the one on 1129 New York Avenue, also corner lot, probably the most recently one done in 2019, has the wood, the hardy board wood with the shingles, and it looks nice, and I don't know if we could have that as an option. We were doing cedar shake originally, and we were okay with that till we started pricing it out, and then looking at it, how it would look different than the garage, so.
Well, clapboard's going to be a whole lot cheaper than cedar shake.
And I think we're saying that the house, we feel that the clapboard is more appropriate
Yeah.
than the shingles.
I
given-
don't know, Clapper, I've got to run that by Gigi.
It's just horizontal wood siding, right?
It's just horizontal wood siding instead of the hardy plank.
I think Gigi had wanted to have the option of clapboard, and she's even the one that had mentioned, Gigi is Tom's wife, had mentioned that maybe that would be a more affordable option.
More affordable than cedar shakes, yeah.
So our architectural drawings show cedar shakes, but that's a matter of, we could change that to clapboard with the click of a couple of buttons.
And with a condition to your approval. That's the way it just would be. If we were approved, we would approve it with a condition that it be X.
Exactly. If for one moment, if we could just come back to the siding and get to the general design of the house and the addition of the porch on the back and the dormers, if we could get to that and then come back to the siding, I'd like to see if we could get design approval for the house so that we could I mean, we'll come back to the siding, but if we could get design approval
Okay.
for the house. We have the full set of architecturals, even though you might need a magnifying glass for some of this, because I know I do, I can't read the writing. But I don't know if you need me to walk you through this, or if you just have questions.
Well, we really approved the design of the house before, and
Yes.
now you've added the addition of a second floor coming out to hold the air conditioning units. I don't really think you need to go through the description of all the other elements in it.
Great.
Unless they're different, then
Yeah.
we'll,
Now, everything else,
Yeah.
everything else in the house is the same as you had originally viewed a year ago, with the exception of the little balcony in the back to put the air conditioning unit.
So I just only have 3 questions. The width of the dormers being expanded, was that approved in conceptual
Yes.
review? Okay. Second question is, are the stained glass transoms still remaining, or what are you doing with
Yes,
those?
they are
Okay.
going to remain.
Great. And third question is, I see that you've removed the chimney, although the historic report talks about that as a key character-defining historic feature. So I see in your floor plans where it could be problematic, but the exterior portion of that chimney, is there any reason why you wouldn't keep it?
We're talking about the stained
The
glass?
mason, no.
The chimney.
The chimney.
The brick chimney.
There's
Yeah.
2 chimneys in that house, and they really don't serve any purpose other than pipes, for the heater. And every other house renovated to this model, they all got rid of their chimneys.
We had, I believe, I don't have the minutes in front of me.
Yeah.
I believe we had talked about the removal of the chimney, and there was no problem at the time.
Okay, I'm asking only because in the historical report, it specifically states that that's one of the key character-defining historic features of this contributing house in the very last paragraph.
Okay. We're talking about this chimney here, right?
Yeah, the one for the heating unit.
There's 2 of them.
We're gonna,
John, the expansion of the dormers on the 3rd floor would knock one chimney out, right? If you look on,
Yeah, so where you're adding that roof in the back, it would,
Both chimneys are gone.
it looks like, and then,
yeah, it would make it really challenging to keep that chimney where you're adding that roof in the back. And the dormer, I don't think you could do it and keep the dormer. Actually, no, it's actually in the corridor. If you look at the floor plan,
Yep.
in plan, it's in the corridor. But it doesn't matter where it is in the house, because you could still support it on the exterior if you wanted to.
If the expansion of the dormers
I mean,
allowed that.
we were gonna use all the space that the chimney was in. So if we were to keep the chimney, and if it were possible, excuse me,
Take up space.
we would have to just support it from the roof and take everything else down. I mean, it would just be a fake chimney.
So that's a question I have for all of us,
Look where they are, look
Yeah.
where they are.
right?
Yeah, I have to say, I mean, it's
It's not
true, it's
functioning.
true that it says that it's considered in the survey.
Yeah.
But one of the things I think about this application is that it's so well done in terms of the improvement of a structure that had some questionable things, like the vinyl siding, like the vinyl windows. I see it as overall improving the structure and its presentation. It's important. I would be willing to surrender a chimney for those improvements.
So would I, just thought we should raise it because it's called out as a.
Yeah, I see it, and to me, it's a balancing act.
Yep, I agree.
I got like one more play for the hardy board, so the hardy board would also be an improvement, no?
No, Tom, because you did the survey, showed the clapboard underneath.
Nice try.
It's just because you're taking off 5 layers of gunk.
That's true.
So we're done with any,
So could
Well,
we
I
maybe,
basically think with the discussion I've heard, the chimneys can go, the clapboard's fine, but the clapboard should also be used on the garage. Same material, same,
Wood,
just this wood.
Wood to be
Yeah,
pri-
Yeah, wood, yeah, not hardy board.
But cedar shake would be an option too, if we want to go back to that.
On the whole,
I
on the
didn't
whole
discuss
house?
clapboard with you.
Yeah,
No.
on the house and the garage, it would be acceptable.
yeah,
wood
So it would
shingles?
be, we would have the option of doing wood, cedar shake, or wood clapboard
On both
Cedar-
buildings.
on
Cedar,
both buildings.
cedar shingles. We want to make sure we're using the right term.
Cedar
because
But I think the siding, is it truly clapper or is it just beveled? Because the ones I've seen, it's like a small bevel with like a 4-inch exposure, not a clap.
Well, we're going to talk about the reveal.
Back 'em,
Yeah,
they're Pretty thick against all the.
we're going to talk about the reveal on the,
What's the exposure dimension? Yeah.
I've seen them, I didn't measure that.
No, we did not measure that.
I've seen them like 3 and 4 inch.
that would be pretty narrow, I think.
tight.
4
So 4 to 6 is what it probably is.
and 6 would be a bit much for Cape May. I think 4 is appropriate.
It's still visible where you've opened up.
I didn't, I'm sorry, I didn't see it.
Yeah, she's not happy.
But didn't you state that when you went underneath the asphalt, vinyl, then asphalt, then there was clapboard underneath there?
Yes,
And was that, you believe that was the original
yes.
clapboard?
It's very
Should
thin.
really match that.
It's very thin.
But what's the reveal?
Oh, it's the little cedar
The
stuff?
reveal,
Yeah.
4 inches,
Yeah, it's
5
like.
Doesn't
a
look like
thin-
siding.
It's super thin.
Which
ones
is
I've
used
seen,
all
I-
over Cape May, the little thin,
It's almost like 3/8 at
Yeah,
the bottom. And it tapers
Yeah.
to like 1/8 at the top. It's almost like
Nothing.
nothing for weather. It's
That's why it needed another
That's why it
layer on
needs
top.
why they
over
put the
top of
other
it.
stuff over it.
That's why they put,
Well, it covers quite a bit. I mean, they're long.
no, they're like this long. The
No,
ones I've seen, they're like this long.
So that
That-
means it
that's-
probably only has a 3 or 4 inch exposure, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
anyway,
Oh, anyway, so they would have a 4-inch exposed wood.
or they would match the exposure that you have under the
Okay.
existing clapboard that you found.
We would take a picture, and we would put it on our architectural drawings when we
Okay.
issue them for permitting, and your compliance officer could compare.
yeah. By the way, thanks for looking at the roof, because the roof looks a little lumpy. It must be, you must have the third layer.
Yeah.
Well,
On
it's in your standards now, so
Eh?
we're trying to follow all the rules.
No, because if you look at it from the street, you would guess there might be cedar under it.
Yes,
Was it-
but it's been repaired over the years, and they only allowed 3 roofs.
You look up.
Oh, I think we've seen some, we're going to have more than 3 piled up.
Yeah,
We've got one coming up with 4 layers on top.
anyway. Continue on.
So are we ready to make a motion?
Priority.
Why not, John? Why don't you?
I would like to move that this be approved for final.
So
Listen
we're
up.
gonna,
Wait a minute, is
we're gonna go for
is the presentation done?
shingles.
Catherine,
Which is what-
we're ready to make a motion
Are you
unless you
done?
want to continue to,
Yeah, I'm done.
yeah, okay.
So, I sat through that other one, so
So I would like to move that this receive final approval with the caveat, the provision that the house receive wood clapboard siding with no more than a 4-inch reveal, or 4-inch exposure, and recommending that you also use the same siding on the garage.
Why do you want to do that?
You guys want to require it for both?
Yeah, I mean, I
Yes.
don't,
But I'd
Fair enough.
also like to add, the applicant said, could I do cedar
Okay.
on both buildings?
It would be shakes or clapboard.
Okay, so let me start over.
I have
Can
a
just-
question though.
can I-
Yep.
I mean, if we're looking and like, we're going back and seeing what the original period siding was, shouldn't we put that on there, not shake? I mean, if it was clapboard?
I would agree,
I agree.
But it's,
especially when there's evidence of what was there.
Correct,
think-
that's what
I
our
think that-
standards say,
But I
guys.
think the conditions that Hope John will add to his motion involve cladding with wood. It could be clapboard, or it could be shingles. Obviously, we would recommend the clapboard, because that was the original material.
That's my point exactly.
So, but it should be, I think, their choice, as long as it's all wood.
because so many of the houses on those streets are shingled, and so couldn't we have the choice?
Yep.
And with,
That's what we looked at.
with the condition being that whatever you choose from the wood clapboard or the cedar shingle, that it's consistent from the accessory and the principal structure.
Yes.
You got to pick a lane. You can't
Yes,
mix it.
yes, they're
Okay.
both going to match, and even our drawings do indicate that the siding.
So could we consider Chris's statement the completion of John's motion?
So let me try it again. See if we can keep consolidate this, keep it really simple, right?
Yeah, I know, but before you do that,
Yeah?
we have standards, and the standards are clear. They're not guides.
Yep.
They're clear. And it says if there's evidence, then
That's
And
why I
that's
was
what it
going to
should
make,
be.
I was going to make the motion that it be clapboard siding, because that, there's, that is in compliance with our standards. To me, that's what we're
Yeah.
here to do, is uphold these
I
standards.
agree. Okay, carry on.
Okay, so I would like to move, or make a motion that this project be granted final approval, so long as the siding is horizontal wood clapboard siding with no more than a 4-inch exposure on both the house and the garage.
I'll second it.
Motion by Mr. Becker, seconded by Mr. Carroll.
So, let me, can I just,
You're denying
for my own clarification, ask if, this is final, so if the owner wanted to use shingles, they're going to be denied using shingles from
Correct.
this?
I don't want to vote against this motion, but if the neighborhood is, I mean, and I understand that clapboard is the prevailing the prevailing form of construction in a lot of Cape May and houses in that era, but it appears that the neighborhood does have a significant number of shingled buildings. And if the owner wants to bite the bullet for extra cost for cedar shingles, it's not inconsistent with other things in the neighborhood. I would afford him the choice.
It's inconsistent with our standards. I mean,
But the original material is wood clapboard, and he proposes wood shingles, consistent with the rest of
I
the.
think there's one other thing, though. You included the picture from 100 years ago when that house was there before the others. And then you mentioned that the clapboard that you found looked, maybe the word would be insufficient. I think there's probably a little more investigation to figure out what would actually sheathe the house the way you need it sheathed for year-round use, because it wasn't probably built for that, right?
Exactly. It's very thin, and, you know,
Yeah.
we want the house to last another 100 years. And, you know, that's why we wanted to investigate the Hardy board, because it, you know, we understood that, you know, conform more with the architectural integrity of HBC. It was more accepting than it was before. The house I mentioned at 1139, the O'Connor's house, 1 block away on the corner, their house was built in 1910, and they have the Hardy board shingle. So I don't know how they got that, but I mean, that, you know, I know we can't get that now, but it'd be nice to have other options, because this is our one last house, and we want it done right, and most of all, I want my wife to be happy with it.
But I don't think that,
Most important part.
but I don't think that we're requiring to use that same old, almost like balsa wood. It's very thin, maybe.
Yeah,
goes from-
it's-
I mean, that's what they used back in the day. I have a cottage behind my house that has that all over it. But I think we're just requesting you to do the lap siding with the same reveal, and of course, it could be a better material.
But Jake, we're not requesting. The motion requires it to be wood clapboard.
Yeah.
Can I just say something?
well, no, we should.
Okay, I hear you.
Well, I mean,
I don't have a lot of experience with all these houses. I'm working on 2 of them right now. But one thing I noticed is that whatever's down there now, to me, is like developer quality. It was enough to look pretty, sell the house. But even the planking on that siding is not straight and true. Some of them have gaps like a 1/4 inch. It's just not a very good sheathing job. We have one we're working on right now. And to put in like, I'm gonna call it like a double 4-inch look, like all the vinyl they came out with later on, with that type of material, I really don't think it's, I mean, if we wanted to do it and we had to do it because that's what the clients want to go with, we'd have to do more than just put a shingle on. We'd almost have to sheathe the house or something, because you're not gonna get nails in. There's only, and I know you're gonna hit the gap. If they're 8
Is what you're referring to a rough covering, a rough first sheathing and not?
No, the first sheathing is like 1 by 8 maybe.
Yeah,
So
sheathing.
like
was-
shiplap?
You're doing 4-inch, so nail holes and the big gaps. So if we elected to go with a shingle, it's gonna give us multiple layers to actually be able to make this thing weather tight.
I-
And
So
that's
will
probably why a
lap
lot of
siding.
shingles were done over time.
Your siding would cover those gaps easily. That,
But additionally, normally, the way things it's handled is that you put like 1/2 inch or 3/4 inch plywood and then Tyvek and then apply the siding. So you wouldn't just be putting the siding against the studs.
That's not the way.
No, it's not against the studs. It has a typical, like a 1 by 8
Okay, all right, yeah.
planking, and it's usually
there is
set on
something
a-
between there.
It's usually set on on a vertical, which stops the building from
horizontal.
racking.
So it's not diagonal, it's horizontal.
Horizontal.
Horizontal rough
Horizontal.
sheathing.
And it's like nail space now, because it's so old, so.
Yeah, we're not asking you to replicate those thin,
Well, I mean, if
Shingle.
we're gonna put
Wood
new
clapboard siding.
clapboard on,
Yeah.
we would like to be able to have the option of making it thicker, possibly
Of course.
giving it a bead
Of
at the
course.
bottom,
Yeah.
so it has a shadow.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
not a
either.
bead, but wood clapboard siding that is, it probably is 3/4 of an inch thick. So you would have 5/4 inch
So we'd have a shadow.
corners. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Some of those beautiful houses in town have exactly that form of siding.
It's appropriate for the building, it's appropriate for the city.
Can I just talk to my client just for a second?
And will you do that?
You
I can just ask. So the motion on the floor is final with approval of clapboard only, both structures?
Right.
Yeah, with a
Just
4-inch
keep it straight in my
review.
head.
With a
I wanna
4-inch
say
review.
Wood lap siding instead
Well,
of clapboard.
I'm sorry,
Clapboard
No
is-
mention
Lap
of
siding.
thickness
It's your motion, you can
for
phrase
the
it.
overlap.
Yeah.
I just want to understand what I'm voting on.
Yeah, 'cause- That's not a bad plan.
Well, at this hour, it begins to get questionable.
And the answer is,
I would like to be able to, because so many of the houses on that street and the streets beyond are all got shingles, and they look so beautiful. I happen to be fond of the shingles. I understand what you're talking about, the standards.
But Janet made a pretty important point, that house, I mean, we have evidence that house had horizontal wood siding on it, because it's still extant, it's there. It's under 2 other layers of subsequent material. So therefore, since that's the evidence we have, that's what we need to replicate, and that probably predated the shingle houses on that street.
Yeah, or they got choices, maybe.
Oh, they just recited them with
Or they
shingle.
recited
I
it
see.
later.
But the-
So the point is that we have historical evidence that that's what was there, therefore our standards require us to replicate that. That's pretty much why we're making the motion the way we are.
And
Because
shingles take maintenance,
basically,
too.
Your house is more important. I mean, you could look at it that way. It was there first.
Yeah.
Well,
That
it's,
is true.
well, it certainly will be, if you do the siding as such, it certainly will be the most authentic house among those houses. And given the other things that are being done in terms of improvement.
Yeah, it's gonna be great.
I mean, it's going to be a terrific place. And, I mean, and speaking to the merits of the motion, I have no other problems with what you've done with respect to any of the changes.
do we have a motion?
Yeah.
I'll finalize it. The motion is to grant final approval with using wood lap siding of a similar exposure to that which is existing on the house, probably 4 inches, on both the house and the garage.
And I second it.
Hey, thank you.
Wait, we didn't vote yet.
Motion by, mi-
That's right, we have to
You're
get
not done,
everybody
you're not done yet.
It's close.
It's on the hot seat.
You may be here
I
for,
just got so tired.
you may be here another hour.
motion by Mr. Becker, seconded by Mr. Carroll. Mr. Copeland?
Yes.
Mr. Carroll?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Stevenson?
Yes.
Mr. Testa?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson Stridick?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're done all business.
Next,
I don't know much about the club.
It's going to be beautiful.
I've never seen it.
I will.
You're going to love it.
Before we go to the next
You're going to miss the fun stuff.
Before we go to the next application, I would remind everyone that we can't begin a new application after 9:30. And so I continue to make the same offer I did before. We'll put you on top of the agenda for next month.
That's Duhane and Carroll. Right,
921
which is
Stock.
2. Uh-huh.
Okay, so you'll be on top next month. We have any other volunteers? Well, the clock is running, so we'll see.
Okay.
Next order of business is Mullock, 808 Corgi Street. This is a contributing property looking for solar panels. And the applicant will have to identify who he is, and
Good evening, everyone. Zach Mollick, 808 Corgi Street, owner of the property. Going to pass out a little more information. Thank you. In fact, first off, thank you, and I'm going to try to go through this as quickly as possible because tonight is a good example of your volunteerism, and we appreciate it. I actually was not going to be making this application. I was hoping the installer would be making it, but they could not make it this evening. Obviously, I understand the HPC standards in regards to the solar panels, street view obviously being very important. I believe that the design that you have before you tonight takes that into consideration so that none of the solar panels, thank you, are visible from the front of the house. All of the solar panels are on the rear, at least the rear exposure of the roofs. So on the front A-frame, and maybe I can direct you to where I'm talking about. The first page of the A1 of the plan, just to make sure that this is clear. A1, thank you. The front of the house is to the very left side of the page, or the basically the west side of the page. That would be Corgi Street. Just pointing out to show that there are no solar panels, of course, on the front of the house. And then there are point to the panels that are on the back exposure of that roof. Again, cannot be seen from the street. The solar panels on the midsection of the roof, which cannot be seen by the street, and then the back location of the back rear A-frame. Again, all the solar panels, none of the solar panels, I should say, are on the street side exposure of the rear addition to the house as well. The panels themselves, specifically, look for the latest and greatest, made in America, but also a very high energy production rate, efficiency rate, which was important because we didn't want to have any of the solar panels visible from the street. So the panels that we did have, we wanted to maximize the efficiency. So frankly, spent a little bit more money on a higher quality panel, but that's fine by me. That's exactly what I want. I don't want to see the panels from the street, and they have 100% efficiency. They will produce 100% of the energy for the house. Not that that matters for HPC, but with this design. Also, just point to the racking system is also the latest and greatest. The racking system is only 3.5 inches off the roof. Most of the older systems that you see elsewhere are 6 inches plus off the roof. So this really, the panel itself too, I should point out, is less than 1.5 inches in thickness. So they're getting better quality and less width. Also point out the inverters for this are the micro inverters that sit underneath of the panel. There is no big inverter on the side of the house. And that's basically my presentation.
Getting the electricity from the solar panels down to your power source
Right.
is running down the side of the house.
I believe that's shown,
The question is, how's that covered? Or I should say, we could approve it that it's going to be covered in like material or something.
how would you like it? I mean, I want it covered. I don't want to be able to see it. I mean, so whether it be landscaping or whatever, I frankly don't want to see it either.
We've been requesting that it be boxed in with material like the siding.
Wood, obviously, yeah.
So I think,
So what side of the house is the meter on?
The meter is kind of tucked in the corner of, staying on A1. If you can see where it says S1, I will say this is a little misleading considering that I have a side porch that isn't shown on this roof design, because obviously that side roof, it's a metal red roof that will, of course, not have any solar panels on it, but it's not shown on that design. So I just want to, let me flip through here.
See it on this here, on this aerial.
Yeah, on the aerial actual photograph, you can see the side porch roof. There's essentially a little nook, I'd call it there, where I have a garden there. That's where the meter is. It's kind of a nice location that's hidden. That's also where the gas meter is. It's kind of on purpose there.
Between the edge of the porch and the back wing?
Yes, yes. There's about a 6 foot to 8 foot area there that's between the corner of my porch and the rear addition. That's where we would come down with any electrical and would be happy to cover it in any wood to hide it, which I would want to do as well.
yeah, we've been asking that it be, normally it's like a 1x3 and an inch and a half, and it's just boxed in and painted, or it stays natural with whatever the house is.
I'll paint it to hide it, frankly,
Yeah.
as much as possible.
So I only have two questions.
Sure.
Are you going to have to cut any of the trees so that in the summertime, the panels are not shaded?
I didn't want to do that. We did do some trimming already, which
yeah.
has been done.
Okay.
So no more trees will be cut. Of course, that was done in collaboration with the Shade Tree Commission. My yard was really shaded, to be blunt. I was having a lot of trouble even growing grass.
But this has the virtue of putting your panels on the south side of
Exactly.
the house, which is the good side for the sun, and the side away from Corgi Street.
Exactly.
Yeah, so-
But
so
you can see from the trees that's also where
I take it that you're representing that the blue here is the part where the panels will not be, right?
Well,
Am I-
I also,
I just
Second
want,
question?
yes,
Question?
please.
So,
I believe
when
that's
you're
correct.
facing the house from Corgi, the house to the left is so close that there's no way that you'll be able to see the panels on the extension piece that connects the two gables.
No,
But
yeah.
the lot to the right of the house, when you're facing it, when you're walking down toward you,
Mm-hmm.
will be able to see the panels up on the roof there in the connector piece.
The segue between the two houses.
Maybe from my neighbor's house, but other than that, no. And like I said, they are as low and flat as it could possibly be.
Yeah.
I mean, they only go off of the ground, off of the roof in this case, obviously, 3.5 inches.
but Zach, also, when I first looked at these drawings here on the roofs, I'm like, oh my God, these are going to stand out like a sore thumb.
Right.
But I visited the site 3 times today, and the slope of the roof, it's almost flat.
Right. Yeah.
So it really doesn't have that impact.
Given the height, it's flat, so you can't really see the surface of the roof from
Right.
an eye height on the side.
Yes, it's.
Yes.
That's the key part. The only part that is questionable was the view from the right side, the open
Right.
side.
That's what I'm-
And the roof is like that.
Mm-hmm.
So the panels are, I mean, I'm just taking the representation that the blue here is where they're are not. And that looks to me like it's not visible from the street.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jake, because I wanted to drop by today and I couldn't.
I too
yeah.
visited the property.
It's almost flat.
I don't think you can see the panels.
Right.
Do I have a motion?
I would make a motion to approve this installation.
This is marked as conceptual. Any reason why it shouldn't be a final approval?
I would propose that this could be final.
We have
It
all-
really should be final. I
we have all the
appreciate you bringing that
specs.
up. Yeah.
I mean, we have all the specs on it.
Would you add the line should be covered in your motion?
Oh, I'm sorry. So a move to approve as presented for final approval with the caveat that the electrical connection be covered so that it's not exposed.
Absolutely.
Do I have a second?
Yep. Good. All yours, Tom.
Motion by Mr. Becker, seconded by Mr. Carroll. Mr. Copeland?
Yes?
Mr. Carroll?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Stevenson?
Yes.
Mr. Testa?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson Stridick?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much, and
Thank you.
thank you for your hard work.
You should do this for a living.
Hello. Oh, yeah, next order of business. It's 911 Madison Avenue. It's a contributing property and it's roofing.
It's key contributing.
It says contributing on.
No, I'm sorry.
No, it's contributing.
I'm sorry.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman.
It's not that nice.
Good evening.
Members of the commission, we'll try and keep our application as simple as possible. It's a fairly simple request that we're making here, and we realize you have other things on the agenda. My name is Peter Chicanius. I am an attorney at the law firm of Highland Levin Shapiro, located in Marlton, New Jersey. My office represents the applicant, Job Itzkowitz. Very briefly, the property address that we're dealing with here is 911 Madison Avenue, Block 1111, Lot 12. As was pointed out by Mr. Carroll, this is a contributing structure.
Excuse me, sir, I'm sorry. Can you introduce the other two parties?
One more time?
Introduce us.
Oh, yes, absolutely. So to my right and the commission's left is my client, Mr. Job Itzkowitz. And to my left and the board's right is our contractor, Mike Pettis. Am I pronouncing that correctly? And again, this is a contributing structure. And really what we're looking to do is replace an asphalt shingle roof with an asphalt shingle roof. Right now, as mentioned in our application, there's at least 3, if not 4 layers of asphalt sitting above cedar shingles. The first layer of asphalt, we suspect, was installed approximately 90 years ago, so almost a century ago. It's been asphalt shingles for quite some time. In fact, per the historic property report, it says, quote, "The roofs are clad throughout in asphalt shingle." So again, the application is very simple. We're looking to replace an asphalt shingle roof with an asphalt shingle roof. With that, I'll introduce my client, Mr. Itzkowitz. He wanted to make some comments as well for the board, so take it away.
Good evening, everyone. Job Itzkowitz, ITZ, KOW, ITZ. Just didn't want to have my attorney go on the record and not say something myself. Mr. Testa, good to see you. Mr. Testa and I believe, sat together on the briefly reformed Parking Advisory Commission a few years ago.
All too brief.
So it's good to be back in this room on this side of the table, I guess. I grew up coming to Cape May. I'm from Philadelphia. I'm very familiar with historic properties. My day job, I serve as the executive director of the Old City Special Services District. It's the business improvement district, like the Washington Street Mall for Old City. I'm frequently testifying at Philadelphia's Historic Commission. I understand the importance of that. It's part of the draw. I mean, it's a lot of the draw to Cape May. I grew up coming here as a child, came here every summer with my family, 1 week, and always had the dream to move down here or at least have a second home here. I did get that dream when I purchased 915 Madison next door. It's the other side of the Twin. And we thought this was we thought 911, the subject property, which is a vacant property, and we didn't know who owned it. The owner was ill and she was living in Maryland, deceased, and then we were able to move over next door. And our goal over the long term is to improve the property. And we did that in the first instance. We purchased it in 2021. We had to do the windows. So that was an over-the-counter application to you. The windows in 2021, if you remember, there was the lumber shortage from the pandemic and wood not coming down from Canada. We could only afford to do half. Then this past year, we were able to do the second half, and in a change of insurance companies, the insurance company came and inspected and said, oh, you need a new roof. And we said, we got to go through the historical commission. And they said, we'll give you the year. Mr. Pettis said, you'll be okay for the year, but we need to get this roof done. And the issue is that we want to do other things too down the road, but there's an impetus to get the roof done first. Like, we can't even paint it until we do the roof. And if you've been by there, it probably hasn't been painted in 30 years, so.
And Joe, very quickly, just for the sake of the record, when you said the windows were over the counter, you mean they were approved in review committee?
Yes, yeah. I submitted an application for the windows in 2021, but we could only afford half. And so then we did it again in 2023, same exact windows, just for the upper floors.
Is there any evidence that there's cedar shingles under those asphalt shingles?
I don't know if it's shingles. There's cedar.
I believe it's cedar shake. There is evidence of that, as our contractor can testify to, but it hasn't been a cedar roof for some time. Again, it's been asphalt shingles for nigh on a century.
So you've been in the attic and looked up?
Well,
and
Tom,
found what?
they've filled out
There's a
the
picture.
proper representation
Yeah.
form.
With a contributing property, standards are clear. When we're looking to replace the roof, if there's evidence of original material, then it should be replaced with original material. And then your next question is going to be, well, that's expensive, and I would share with you the Secretary of Interior is not especially sensitive to the expense of maintaining a historic property.
No, I do understand that. I guess my question is, if I submitted that evidence in the application, which I believe I did,
You did.
so what is the possible outcome for a hearing in front of the commission, right? Is there a possible outcome where the commission says we can deviate from that standard?
Well, we don't deviate from the standard. I mean, I guess you could find some weird little circumstance where we might, but this is really clear in the,
Although there is a complication, because according to what you guys have investigated and found on site, the original house has evidence of cedar shakes, but the addition does not. So I could not tell from what you submitted what constitutes the addition and what constitutes the original. And if the addition would have, is there any way that it would work with the addition having asphalt shingles and the original having cedar shakes?
Is that something that would work for you?
We did
something
this.
we've approved.
We have approved
Yeah, I
that
mean,
in the
we've done-
past.
We've allowed hybrid stuff. The problem is that now we're very diligent at looking at what the original materials are. That's the reason for the rep sheet. You guys filled it out honestly, and it revealed under all that asphalt.
So there's a caveat.
Wood roof.
The caveat to the hybrid is, does it make sense the way the roofs are configured between the addition and the original house to have two different roofing materials? And without a roof plan or elevations, I can't really tell.
I mean,
It's
it's physically possible.
Proposed, Mike, is potentially having the original structure, as far as we know it, to be cedar shingles, excuse me, and the addition be asphalt. Is that something that would be possible from a contracting standpoint?
You can put in the same way, like your arc, maybe you can put cedar shake up, and down there you can put shingles, because down there is plywood. It's no, lap strips or anything like that, but up there is cedar.
So just to be clear, on the addition, you're saying right now it's asphalt shingles over plywood. So you
No,
could,
it's asphalt shingle right on plywood.
yeah, so we could continue with that on the addition, and then potentially have cedar shingles on the original structure that right now has cedar on it.
underneath on the
Yes.
lower porch, look like it's only plywood and asphalt shingles. Don't look like a cedar shake on that.
Right.
So in your opinion, what I would suggest is that maybe we can approve this if you would agree to do asphalt on the addition and cedar shingles on the original where it originally was, with the caveat that maybe you come next Tuesday morning and show us a roof plan showing exactly where cedar shingles would be and where asphalt shingles would be, so that our compliance inspector can, when he comes out into the field, will be able to distinguish what's supposed to be where.
There's three elements to this, really, and correct me if I'm wrong, but just looking at your building from the street, there's three things. And let me characterize them, and then you tell me if you agree. There's the front porch, so there's a roof that's visible from the streetscape there. There's the original building, which is 3 stories, I guess, and then there's that rear addition, right? Is that?
That's correct.
That's what we're dealing with. And Mr. Pettis, was it? You indicated that the rear addition, it's just plywood and asphalt shingle, correct? And then you went, moving to the original building, you went to the top and you saw 4 layers and there's cedar shake under that. And then the front porch, you indicated that that was plywood and asphalt shingle, correct? But that's the most visible part of the structure too. So just wanted to make sure that we're all talking about the same thing.
Nice clarification.
Yep.
So it seems to me that clearly the front porch would have been cedar. The original house would be cedar. The back addition, probably not. And so we're clear on what we're doing, because we have a compliance officer that's going to come and visit during construction, and we have to give him clear information as to what is supposed to be cedar and what's supposed to be shingles. So if we could get a roof plan to review for Tuesday morning, we could, I believe we can then approve it. So if we make a motion to approve the replacement on the body of the house and the front porch with cedar shingles, and the addition in the back with asphalt fiberglass.
Can I ask a couple questions? Are there any preferences about the asphalt, whether it's color, shape, et cetera, anything I need to be aware of before I submit something?
As much of a color match as you could do with the cedar shake, remembering that the cedar shakes are going to turn dark.
Right.
So when you finish this thing and you have beautiful shakes right up front, glowing gold, you could know that they're going to turn a little bit.
Right.
And match it.
Asphalt doesn't age as well.
Well,
Yeah.
that's,
Plus, you'll want dimensional,
Right.
you'll want dimensional shingles.
Okay. And then just to go back, just so I can get an answer clear so I can understand where I am procedurally. Is there any circumstance where this commission would deviate from the standard?
Not for financial reasons.
Is there any circumstance?
well,
There's certainly can be exceptions to the rule, but the preference is to, that material exists and there's evidence of that.
yeah, Joe, not in this case. I mean, there might be hypothetically.
Actually, we're making an exception, and
but
we've done
this-
this exception.
This is a
before.
compromise that we've already done.
The addition in the back, we're agreeing with asphalt fiberglass, dimensional.
We've done that on 10 or 15 houses in town where.
No, I appreciate that. What I'm trying to understand is if there was no addition, and I don't want to get no hypothetical, and I understand there's another applicant, so I just want to be brief. But if there was no addition, there would be no opportunity for relief for an applicant who's similarly situated at this commission.
Right.
That's correct.
Which makes me wonder procedurally what that applicant is appealing and what their due process is
Well,
when they're appealing.
You can,
If you're going to,
You can talk to your attorney.
Yeah,
There's
But I appreciate the consideration for the rear. I don't want to disparage that. I just want to put that on the record.
Yeah, this board has to review things based on the standards that they have. You know, there's a review process and an appeal process for that.
So just to help you with that, on page 21 of the standards, it clearly delineates exactly what we're saying.
Yeah.
And that's all on the internet, too. You don't have your own copy.
But I mean, we
Found it all
can move this along procedurally, grant the final approval, but make it conditioned on the supplying of a roof plan, and that only the rear addition be asphalt shingles, with the main part of the house on the front porch being cedar shingles.
Sounds like a pretty good motion.
Or we could just wait until they submit the roof plan and approve it in review.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Tuesday morning.
What we would do is make those conditions, but the conditions be satisfied by producing those things for the review committee.
Which can then be approved in review, assuming it is.
So it'd be approval in review as opposed to us voting on it.
And if we can't get it by Tuesday, you'll have
No,
another
we
one.
have-
No, that's not my, that's the.
We're going to have a motion,
Okay.
and we're going to vote on it.
What we're doing is conferring authority on the review committee.
Got it.
To satisfy the conditions that
No,
are
it doesn't have to
articulated
be
here
this
tonight.
coming Tuesday.
That was.
Yes.
Doesn't.
So that gets you, without having to appear, if you do the conditions, you don't have to appear in front of us again, we hope.
Just to be clear, when we say roof plan, what's the board's expectation of the applicant's going to generate?
A down look on the roof showing exactly what,
Like we just saw with the solar panels, kind of like a grid,
Right.
2D,
Uh-huh.
bird's eye view of the roof, asphalt shingles, cedar.
And material cut sheets.
You want to choose your stuff and show us the cut sheets.
Right.
But all of that can be processed by the review committee.
Great.
So was that your motion, John?
I didn't make a motion.
Okay, well, then I'll make one.
you were doing pretty well.
Okay, well, I would vote to give the application final approval, but subject to the condition that a roof plan be submitted and cut sheets be submitted, all of those things to be produced and reviewed by our review committee with authority of the review committee to finalize the approval.
I would want to add to that, though, that we're approving cedar on the main body of
Right.
the house on the front
That's
porch, and the addition in the rear,
what he said.
asphalt fiberglass.
As asphalt.
Are you okay with that, Judy?
I'd like Chris to reiterate the motion. Can we get a second first, please?
Well, first we have to make a clear motion before we can second it.
I understood the motion. We got three elements of that roof system. The first two, front-facing porch, the existing building will be cedar shake. The rear addition will be asphalt shingle. The applicant's going to provide a roofing plan, aerial view of the roof, cut sheets for the review committee to review.
Which can then be approved in
Yeah,
committee,
well,
assuming those.
That's what they do.
Yeah.
That's what they do.
And I'll second it.
Great.
Motion by Mr. Testa, seconded by Mr. Carroll. Mr. Copeland?
Yes.
Mr. Carroll?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Stevenson? Mr. Testa?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson Stradick?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next order of business is Drake, 325 Congress Street, 1031-60. This is a contributing property. It's a side addition, screen porch, driveway, paver strip.
Mr. Chairman, I lived within 200 feet. I'm going to recuse myself.
Okay. For the next applicant, it is 9:15. Well, the question is whether we can get through this in 15 minutes.
I'm trying.
We'll try.
Yeah, we'll try, but just so you're on notice.
You just stare in the back of Mr. Farden's head, laser beams.
All right, good evening, everyone. My name is Paul Farnan, Fulcrum Design Group, here with Mr. Drake of 325 Congress Street. He's the property owner. We got approval for a similar project at 325 Congress about 2 years ago. In attempting to extend that approval, had some commentary that was exchanged with members of the commission on certain elements of the approved project. Effectively, what we were trying to do is, and what is probably the best case scenario, is to hold up this board to show you what exists, what was approved, and what is proposed now. So what was approved is actually colorized in the center. And what's important to call out, I think, is the addition that we're proposing in the rear of the property actually extended beyond, with a different roof pitch, the adjacent shed dormer that exists on the main roof line. So what we did to make that look a little bit more seamless is actually make sure that we matched the pitch of the roof so that those shed dormers are consistent from front to back. They do exist already on both sides of the main gable, and the intent is to make it look as though they're just continuous. The historic building report does indicate actually that those extend effectively the full depth of the house already. So our addition, which is extending again towards the rear, would incorporate those shed dormers at the second floor level as well. Small changes to the side screen porch for a reconfiguration of a staircase that's actually all the way in the back now, as opposed to down the side of the property. I believe some of the comments also pertain to landscaping in front of the house. As you may be aware, this house was lifted at one point. So actually, windows that are located in the foundation wall facing the street were a recommendation at the time of this commission. So we don't want to necessarily mask those with landscaping. We understand the height of the block of that foundation may be a bit jarring, but it has been that way for a long time. So certainly happy to enhance the landscaping to mitigate the view of that block wall, but in the sense of berming or any other massing to the landscape, we're concerned about water infiltration in the basement level, crawl space level, because it is a low-lying area as it is.
So I have an immediate comment, and that is, our standards on page 54 require that when you have an addition, it be subordinate to the original building, at the roof height of a side or rear yard addition should be lower in elevation than the existing building. So continuing that same ridge, particularly in this middle elevation here, would be inappropriate in accordance with our standards, because it's not differentiated.
And I do hope that it would be taken into consideration that this was submitted and approved prior to the adoption of the new design standard. Obviously, we're here for a reason, but we would hope that would not fall on deaf ears.
And is there a reason why you're wrapping the piers with brick as opposed to what they are now, that they're stucco wrapped to match the remainder of the foundation?
I think that was a suggestion to the client to kind of enhance the aesthetic of that foundation level or brick level, pier level beneath the porch.
So the piers are always freestanding if they're wrapped with brick, is that what you're saying?
That's how they would, yeah.
So they're never engaged in the foundation wall?
No.
Okay.
Because right now, the side porch is already, there's kind of an open area beneath the side porch and that main foundation wall.
This house, as some other houses, the generic design of the house, as you'll recall, was really right on the ground. I mean, that's the design. And so when you elevate it like that, it already becomes a challenge. The addition, I appreciate. Not covering the windows, I would appreciate, but I'm sure there was a lot of discussion about landscaping this block foundation at the time,
Yes.
which has not been done. So it seems to me that my reaction is the way you're planning the addition is consistent with our standards. This foundation exposure is not, even though it was done in a prior period. And as a condition of approval, it seems to me we would want to see a for real landscape plan that would deal with this street side of the property.
So Warren, to be clear, are you suggesting that the freestanding piers would be inappropriate? And,
No, the piers are,
because they're only where the deck is. what I can
Right,
tell.
he's
Yeah.
referring to basically this
I see.
exposed block area that faces Collier Street.
that has some small shrubs there, but that should have been covered in landscaping, and by now would have been covered.
The only other comment I have is that the Geldman wood windows that you're showing are actually clad. The 5500 series is a clad window, and we would require, since this is a contributing structure, that these be wood primed on the exterior, not clad.
And we need a cut sheet on that.
Can I ask a quick question? Were you the owner of the property when it was raised?
Yes.
You were, okay. So the conditions of the approval originally when it was raised, the issues that are being discussed right now, the landscaping and the cladding of the pillars, was that part of the condition of your approval, of your previous approval?
I don't recall that it was. We may have talked about the landscaping, but I don't recall that it was a condition of the approval that we received.
We can go back in the file, but we would never, there's only 2 or 3 houses that I recall
That
in
are
the city
similar to
that
this,
are
right.
like this, and 2 of them have been elevated. And as soon as you elevate it, yeah, I mean, it changes the look. And we would have insisted on a berm and landscaping, but I don't remember a berm. I do remember landscaping as a condition. And so now we should add it. The brick piers, I don't have a reaction to regarding a prior presentation.
What's in the packet?
The resolution is,
I guess I'm confused about what's changing from the approved resolution. That's what you're here for, right? To
She
amend
said the
original
resolution was in
resolution for 2022.
Correct.
But what are the amendments exactly?
The shed, second floor shed dormer roof on the northwest side is actually adjusted to mimic the slope of the adjacent roof. And then, actually, excuse me, side porch extends a little bit beyond the southeast face of the house, that arched opening, the furthest southeast corner of the building. So
The deck also being extended?
slightly reconfigured, yeah. All elements that were approved previously. Correct. They're less conspicuous. They're actually in the rear of the house as opposed to the side. That's right. That's right.
Your picture in the middle looks like a totally different property than what we're seeing from the street. It's just,
It's the back of the house.
That's the back.
that's the back of the house.
This
Yeah,
is
the back of the
actually
house.
side facing the
Yeah,
widest area of the lot.
And candidly, I think it's, aside from the front, which is obvious, I think most people, because of the direction of traffic, also observe this building from a perspective. So you kind of see how that arch opening, the void in that arched opening kind of carries you through to the side porch and towards the rear of the property. In two dimensions, it's not as, on either side, really, it's not as appealing as a perspective view that you would see from the streetscape.
These were little, like, British country houses right on the ground with flowery gardens all around them. I knew they had to get raised, but, you know, this is just such an enormous change in the appearance of the house.
It's already raised.
Well, it's already raised.
Right.
But now with, you know, the ongoing additions and everything, that, it's very disturbing.
But we already approved all that.
The picture in the center?
Yes.
It was approved.
Well, the height,
The
anyway.
picture in the center was
height?
approved. Yeah.
Well, this resolution,
These two colorized images are
See the
from
reso?
2 years ago, what were,
When was it?
slight,
Yeah.
right, correct.
I wasn't.
Yes, sir.
Have you started this project?
So this,
Excuse me?
Has the project been started since 2000, since you
No,
got the
it's not.
approval?
Picture.
So the request is for an amendment to that,
this is like a.
right, for everything that's on that one?
Correct.
Plus this.
Yeah.
So you probably want to mention that resolution in the approval,
Okay.
right? Because you're still asking for all that approval plus more now.
Yeah.
Right, I mean, I would hate to say more, because it's really not more work. It's really just
Adjustment.
it's very minor adjustments. But we're, you know, respect this commission and are performing our due diligence to make sure that nothing that does get constructed looks anything different than what was approved without coming to discuss it with all the members here.
already approved.
Yeah, I'm sorry, they didn't get the resolution in their packet, so that's why I'm passing it around.
Did this have to go to the zoning board?
Not as, no,
It
we're,
was just, you raised it up pursuant to the code?
Correct.
which was done how many years ago?
That was done years ago.
11 years ago.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, the house was sitting on a wooden timber foundation, and we received quite a bit of flood damage with with Superstorm Sandy. And so something had to be done with it, because it was uninhabitable at that point.
It may turn out to be the hour and my flagging attention, but what we're seeing here today are just small changes to an approval for a certificate that we've already passed on 2 years ago. So I'm really not quite sure what we're doing here.
So this has got to put.
I mean, I'm sorry to say that.
I think there's some minor tweaks to what has been approved before.
Yeah.
And I would make a motion that we approve the plan as submitted with the condition that a landscape plan be provided to address prior issues with regards to elevating the house.
And that the windows be primed exterior, not clad as submitted.
Approve or conceptual based on the landscaping plan and the window.
Well, this is it's a final approval being modified.
We want to see the landscape plan, and we want to see the cut sheet on the window.
Sure, I mean, I don't object to that, but I'm saying they already have a final approval from us, or at least a conceptual.
Well, this is changed.
There's changes.
But these are material changes.
This is, well, it's changed. Doesn't make any
They're here
difference.
tonight
And
asking for
How long do approvals last?
2 years.
2 years.
So I
But
just.
it makes no difference.
To
It's
be,
a change.
to be clear, I know I regard some changes as more important than others, but to be clear, this is a motion for final approval with those conditions. I understand that
Yes.
correctly?
Yes.
And the landscaping plan concerned about the face on
foundation.
Congress, the foundation. Yeah.
And I would hope that we'd modify that to say that the landscaping plan as submitted be submitted to the review committee and that it be approved.
And the cut sheets on the windows.
But all those things are conditions that be satisfied by submission to our review committee.
I'll second that motion.
Where do we stand with time here?
Motion by Mr. Copeland, second by Mr. Becker. Mr. Copeland,
Yes.
Mr. Carroll,
Yes.
Mr. Becker,
Yes.
Mr. Testa,
Yes.
Ms. Wilson Stridick,
Yes.
Mr. Hammer. Thank you.
Thank you.
It appears to be 9:30. So the next order of business is 523 Bank Street, 1054/22 is a non-contributing new house.
Thanks, you guys, for being expeditious.
Well, thanks for getting us in.
Well, you have another problem, though. We have to be done by 10 o'clock, or
Well,
we're-
we will try to be succinct.
we all turn into munchkins or something.
My name's Kevin Olant, project manager at Fenwick Architects. This is Larry Prey, the developer.
Hello.
Hello. We've both been here before. So our application is for a new construction on a newly created vacant lot. You all have the package. The second sheet shows the subdivision plan by William Sweeney. The proposed construction is on Lot 22, which is on the right side in this plan. So there's nothing there right now, so there's no historic structure report. The proposed home is two-story residence. It's going to be set at the minimum flood elevation, so it'll be about 7 steps up. It's a traditional style with a cross-gabled roof, cement clapboard siding with some cement shingle siding at the side gables, double-hung windows with grills in the top sash. There's a full-width front porch, vertical picket railing. If you look on sheet A1, you'll see the site plan. The home is set at the minimum setback, 20 feet, thanks to the new zoning. The steps can project 5 feet, so that's the plan. Closer to the neighbors. We don't have a setback survey of the neighbors, but at least we can push it as far forward as we can without any variances. There's a one-car garage. It's at the rear of the property with a ribbon driveway, which is consistent with your guidelines. There is a small pool totally behind the house and a small paver patio. In terms of streetscape, on sheet A5, we have the photographs of the existing adjoining properties. They're almost entirely two-story dwellings. There's one-story dwelling. Everything else is 2 or 2.5 stories. So we think that we are compatible in terms of scale and proportions to all the existing development. It's similar scale and height. And if you look at number 537, it's a very similar massing even to the house that we've proposed. On A6 is the required 3D to try to give you a visual of the whole street together. You can see how it
fits in very well with the existing pattern of development. And the material cuts, in the application package, and on A7 is some more information. I'll open up for any questions you have for me.
Can I get your name again?
Kevin Olandt, O-L-A-N-D-T.
Thank you.
And you're with Fenwick, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Architect?
I'm not a registered architect in New Jersey.
Okay.
So Kevin, the only question I have really is on A4. When we're looking at what you have labeled right elevation, it's actually the left elevation.
Yes, that is
So your
correct.
left and right elevations are mislabeled, so you might want to correct that just for consistency. But on what is actually the left elevation, drawing 2A, the little windows, the two little square windows and then the double little square windows in the upper right-hand corner seem really odd, and I'm wondering why they are configured like that.
That's the stairwell.
Well, I understand that, but for example, the window all the way to the right on the first floor has like a 9-foot head height, and that's really the bottom of the stairs, so there's no real reason for that to be up. It's so odd.
There's actually 3 steps. It's a landing there, and it's 3
Correct.
steps up.
Right, so that would be, like 2 feet, so I get the 7-foot height, but why would you not want to be able to see out that window from that landing? It still would be way ahead, above your head.
We've built this model before to where I stand and I'm looking out at it. By the time we get up those stairs, we've built this house probably seven times.
Okay.
He's very tall.
It's not
Five.
an untypical configuration, even.
Wait, but this scales at the bottom, that sill is at 5'2", which is normal average eye height. That's why I'm wondering why it's like that. And that's with going up 3 steps to that landing. So I understand that that's not an abnormal thing, but the question is it really a functioning window for being able to see out? And would that be appropriate?
We don't have any problem lowering the window.
Okay.
Actually, I have to be honest with you, I usually move it to the front of the house. It's me, I apologize.
Oh, well, so Mr. Price saying he wants to move it to the front,
I apologize.
not have it on the side.
Oh.
This is a model I've done several times, and I tend to move it to the front of the house. And I end up bringing it down
Yeah.
and put it kind of right next to the door to the left. So actually, that window really doesn't exist. So I'd be more than happy to move that, because that's how I usually build it.
Can you just clarify again, what are we talking about here? You're going to move a window?
This window.
The window that's on 2A at the front right corner.
Right here.
You understand.
What?
That's what I usually do.
Okay.
I have us on A4.
I agree.
Yeah.
And do something like that.
And so while you're on it, the other question I have is on the first floor plan, 1A, there appears to be a post to the left side of the porch that doesn't show up in your elevations. I'm wondering do you really mean that post is there?
I apologize.
That's not a full height on the first floor plan, sheet A2. Yeah, that would just be a null post.
But
That's not-
that doesn't show in the elevations either, so I'm just trying to figure out what it is.
Yeah, oh,
Where am I at?
on E2.
Well, is it a newel post?
No, there shouldn't be a post there. There should not be a post
Okay.
there.
Great, just.
The elevations are
consistent,
accurate.
guys.
On the front of the house, the first and second story has 2 big windows side by side, but the shutters are not half the size of the window opening. Can you spread those windows apart so that the shutters could reflect the fact if closed,
Totally
that they
agree.
would go over it?
Absolutely.
And could you also consider maybe on some of this big opening side that we could also incorporate some shutters to give a little character to the size
Go
of the
back to your first
I
comment.
think there's a problem with those windows.
On the second floor plan, there's you can see on the second floor plan on A2 that why the windows can't go wider and at both floors. So,
I think a better solution
We could
would
take the
be
shutters
to
off.
have shutters that, well, either take them off or have shutters that are
Double fold.
double.
oh,
folded.
bifold shutter. Well, we could take them off. If you look on the street, you see there's 2 shingle-style homes that never had shutters, and there's a couple other homes that don't have shutters
But
to
then that
mix.
creates a problem over here on this side when you want to put shutters.
I mean, shutters just really help give these houses the character that
That's
takes
true.
them back a little bit to the time of the rest of the town.
So the other thing is, now we get rid of that linen.
Excuse me?
Get rid of the linen closet
Where's the linen closet?
here. If you move the windows out a little bit.
Oh, I totally agree with that.
Okay.
I think that's a great idea.
So why don't we just move, we'll spread the windows out, and we'll do shutters that are appropriate size for the window. And we'll get rid of that closet upstairs.
Okay.
Are we looking at 1B right now?
1B on A3.
A3.
So what are you going to
So
do?
you're going to change the windows?
We're going to move the windows further apart so that the shutters can be half, each shutter is half the sash opening.
Operational.
And both first and second floor?
Well,
Yeah, they'll line up.
they'll appear operational, right?
That's a lot of money.
In other words, if they're closed, they would cover the window.
And then you're going to add shutters on the left elevation. Same, A3, same.
To all 4 windows?
Well, I think we've got to look at
The left element.
the right elevation as well.
It's, yeah.
I'm more than happy to put the hinged shutters on the front, but in all honesty, I'd like not to put the hinged shutters on the sides.
I'm not sure you would need hinged ones on the side.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to give you the shutters, but those hinges,
No, I know.
stainless steel babies.
Yeah. I think
But if they are designed so that they go on the side rails of the window, and they look like they would close, and
Oh, yeah.
close, they would meet in the middle.
Very nice.
That's what most of the shutters in town are, even some of the original houses.
Okay.
I'm guilty of that myself.
Well, I love those shutters that actually, we
Yes.
put, I don't know,
Yeah.
several houses, and they're beautiful.
Yeah, yeah,
But they're, by the time I was done, 30 grand, 35 grand.
yeah, yeah,
That's not the labor cost.
yeah.
It's just the material.
That's the shutters and hinges and,
So,
yeah.
so. We're doing shutters on the sides, wide enough that they appear,
Right, half the sash opening.
and on the front of the house, we're moving the windows so that the shutters will appear again to cover.
Correct.
Could the outdoor shower be real wood rather than PVC?
Well, I usually use the AZAC, and then I usually put a 1x4 around it. In AZAC, is that acceptable?
Yes.
You stick build it with,
I do,
With
as much
AZAC.
as it might say vinyl, I don't
Well,
particularly.
it says in the schedule, in the application, that it's cellular PVC.
Yeah.
Which is AZAC.
AZAC.
the fence, just a comment. First, I don't see where the fence is. On the plot plan, a 6-foot fence. But those vinyl fences that are 6 foot high, they're always wobbling
I
around.
am more than happy to put the wood fence with the little lattice
Yeah.
portion if we get into the 6-footers.
Yeah,
I do that a lot down in Cape May Point.
yeah, that would,
So, for that area, I
That's
agree with
cedar.
you, the wood would
yeah,
look
6
nice.
foot cedar with a lattice on it.
Exactly.
Basically the same picture we have, but in cedar.
Right.
Okay, good.
And I did want to commend you guys regarding the use of the simulated dividing light windows. You don't see that too often on new construction. It really helps it blend in.
So,
Where does this fence drop down in size?
I don't,
If you look on the plot plan, the fence is only in the rear for the pool enclosure. So it's a
It's
dashed
back
line
here.
with little hash marks on it.
see this
It-
line?
Uh-huh.
How far down the side does it go?
It just goes there, the corner.
We're sitting here, is it all right if I can bring it kind of up to the front here?
Well, then you have to put a gate in there. It has
Well,
to be 4 foot high.
maybe I put the gate here, but then I could just keep the 4 foot
Oh,
to
okay.
here.
Yeah, well,
Is that acceptable?
okay, so,
My apologies, I'm making a change. right
Yeah, but I just didn't get the change. Where's this fence going to go now?
Larry's asking if he would like to put it down the property line where the driveway is. 4-foot fence along the property line,
On this side?
on the bottom of the page,
Next to the driveway.
next to the driveway.
And
It
then
could
it
be on the-
stops at the front
It
of the
could be on
house.
the property line if you have an agreement with your neighbors.
It's going to be 6 inches in.
6 inches.
If it's not, it has to be 6 inches in.
Correct.
Right.
Great to get an agreement with your neighbor, and it's much easier to maintain.
It's better
Well,
it's better to back it off.
But let's continue, because I still don't, so, it's going to drop down to 4 feet somewhere, and then it's going to be elevated to 6 feet, and then is it going to go to the property line all the way?
Only to the front of the house, so that it wouldn't be in the front yard.
From the rear property
The
line
rear property line up
to the front of the house, but not the front of the property line.
Correct.
Okay.
That's the 4 foot,
4 foot,
Be the floor.
and the 6 foot section,
it's behind the garage.
Correct.
And it wraps around to the other side of the property and stops at the shower enclosure.
and then there's a gate or something?
Right. There's like an 8-foot gate at the driveway.
Oh, wait,
The back.
you want to run across the gate across the driveway?
Well, no, at the back of the property,
No, this other side,
right here.
Larry,
Oh, well,
this
here,
other
put the fence
side.
here. Put the fence here.
Oof, okay. Actually, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
My apologies.
So
You're right.
we have a gate on,
The gate is at the driveway. The fence runs from the garage to the house, the porch, and then there's a gate to the driveway.
gate for the driveway.
Across the driveway.
No. Yeah, there's a walkway from the steps to the driveway. There's a little gate in there. See a little circle, half circle there?
Okay.
On the other side of the property, over by the shower, where is the fence?
It runs from the corner of the shower, at the rear of the shower, to the property line, and then to the back corner of the property.
Is there a gate there?
Okay, we're going to add a gate there.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise you got to walk all the way around the house to get to the shower
Correct.
from the pool. Okay,
I think we need an awful lot more on this plan. We're talking about many things that we're talking about, and Larry's agreeing, but we're not seeing them on a plan.
no, I would agree. I think we ought to change this to conceptual and come back to us with a final plan showing the windows, the shutters,
So I do have a
the
question. about-
fence.
I do have a question about those shutters. In the, again, the left elevation, 2A on A4, the small square windows would or would not have shutters?
I think it would look better without shutters, personally.
That's what I think too. I
Yeah.
just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you're in agreement, if we make this conceptual, we can then talk about these changes. And then unfortunately, you're going to have to come back because we're going to need a motion for this, a resolution, rather.
Are you guys going to the board for this, or going to the zoning board for
No,
this?
it's by right.
Okay, so, one of the alternatives is you guys could take these comments and revise the plan that would be satisfactory to the board and come back next time with them, too.
Is it really, you really think it's that much? We're
There's a
talking-
lot missing on
We're
the
talking
plan.
some shutters. That's all we're talking about.
No, there's,
And a fence.
The fence is impossible to find on this drawing, and you've already been talking
and
about
you-
elements that you're going to change.
And you're moving the windows.
Yeah, yeah.
Didn't think it was that much, but.
So it's this one where we could also approve it with the caveat that those changes, we list them, and that those could be approved in review?
The problem is then we don't have a resolution.
But you don't have a I mean.
We could,
you-
do it
you
like we
have
did the
a-
last two.
Yeah, you could have a resolution that would be on the table next month, and it would have all this stuff in writing about, that's why I've been kind of taking notes here, trying to figure out what are you guys proposing to do. And we could laundry list that and do it that way. I don't know if the board's comfortable with that, though, given how many changes there are.
Well, we've changed from doing that because there is no resolution. And then when the place is being built and our guy goes out and looks at it, he's looking at this plan. with
Yeah,
a
but it could be, that review doesn't happen until after we adopt the resolution that everybody's comfortable with next meeting. You know, we don't have to do the review after this meeting. We could do it after we figure out what we're voting on, have a resolution in writing, vote on it next meeting, and then next time there's a review committee, after the April meeting, everybody could.
Well, all that, I mean, all that's saying is final approval happens at the next meeting, subject to conditions that a review committee
Exactly.
approves. That's all, that's all. I mean, you can give it conceptual now, but with a lot of suggestions.
Which leaves them in the same place that they would be if we.
So,
Yeah.
wait a minute, twice tonight, we've already passed a resolution stating that it's approved so long as the review committee has documents such as a revised elevation in one case, right? So in this case, we would just list the 4 or 5 things like the shutters and the fence and the windows, pass a resolution. These guys submit revised drawings so that we have documents that our inspection officer, our field advisor can use, and we can approve it in review, correct?
I don't see an issue with that, as long
Well,
as.
it was an issue with Bob. I don't want to make the
It-
legal argument.
It's only an issue if these conditions are so unwieldy that the review committee doesn't have a grip as to
Yeah.
what they're reviewing. That's
There's-
why,
There's a danger unless these conditions are set forth very particularly and not just a discussion about fences and a discussion about shutters and, I mean, there's a fair number of things. I don't think you can give it final approval with conditions tonight.
There's just too many things missing on the plan.
Well, so say you and some others too. I mean,
True, the other ones were fairly minimal in terms of what we had to approve in review,
and
clearly defined.
I'm trying to be helpful here, but I think we need to see a plan. We've made changes here.
Well, what I don't want to happen is you come up with new conditions at a new meeting.
That's why we
we
would, that's
would
why we
never-
would
we
pass
would
a
never do
resolution
that
for
to-
conceptual review.
No,
Okay,
no.
we argue, you would give us conceptual approval then.
Correct.
Yeah, I
With a
mean-
list
But
of
we'd have
the,
to come back for a final.
Yeah.
right, and we would give a list in that resolution of the things we're asking you to revise.
and in the spirit of that, why don't I try and go through this, reverse engineer this discussion, and then see if there's anything else for the good of the order. I'm going to start with the thing that I'm still confused on, which is A4 2A. What were you guys talking about earlier?
We-
about that
we
window?
would-
The eyes, you want to see it from the street? What was that?
You're moving that window.
Well, it was moving windows around.
Well, that's sheet A3 is where we're moving windows, right?
Well, you talked about 2A before, though, right?
Well, it's a
Oh.
little guy, it's a
Yeah,
little window.
2A on
And
A4.
Mr. Price said something about,
Right, we're going to take the window in the stairwell. It's on the lower right corner of that drawing.
I started,
Move it to the front.
That window's going to be removed,
okay.
and it's going to be added to the front facade.
And then the light is going to move.
The light.
Isn't there a light on?
Well, the light will be between, that'll be still on the stair landing, so the light would still be between the window and the door.
The outside light.
Yes.
So the little window on A4 2A is going to be shown somewhere on 1B next to the door?
Yes, to the left of the entry door.
Okay. All right. And then while we're on 1B, on page A3, you're going to spread the windows on the front elevation,
And provide shutters that are half the width of the window opening.
hinged shutters, I think I heard.
Hinged. They'll be
Right.
hinged on the front facade.
Right. And then on 2B, same page, you're going to add shutters without hinges,
Right.
wide enough that they cover the window, essentially.
Yes.
Okay. And then the shower is going to be AZAC.
It's already called that way, so that's.
Okay, all right, that's not a change then, it's just a clarification. And the fence, you have cellular PVC, it's going to be cedar plus lattice on the top, right?
Yeah, as
Well, the
depicted
six-
in cedar.
The 6-foot portion
The 6-foot portion
has
will,
lattice on the top, and then the 4-foot portion is,
Solid.
okay, but no lattice, obviously, on the fourth
Correct, that'll be
portion.
solid.
Okay,
and you're gonna show that on the plan and where the gates are.
right, and then, so what about the right side elevation?
The double-hung windows will get non-hinged shutters
On both sides,
on both sides.
but except for the little windows?
Right, so the double-hung windows
Double-hung,
only get
okay.
the shutters.
Okay.
I will make a motion for
What he said.
Conceptual?
conceptual approval based on the items that we've just been reviewed with our attorney.
I'll second.
But it's certainly good enough for me. And so with those changes, you come back for final approval. Then,
So
that's
this
your,
is conceptual.
I said, and at those changes, you come back for final approval,
Are we voting?
sooner or later.
You guys understand all this?
Yes, who's
Well-
first the next time back? Is that the Lemire?
Yeah. Earl Bear.
Is anybody else on the agenda after them already, for next month?
Yep.
We just have, we have,
Yeah,
we have,
two.
The folks who surrendered their place.
Yeah, okay.
All right, so might make it at 9:30.
Well, it's 9:58, and
Well,
we
the
can't have
motion's
any
been
more
made. I know
discussion
it's been
after
said.
10 o'clock.
I second the motion.
We appreciate you listening, actually, because it was
Okay.
about 2 minutes past
yep,
9.
motion by Mr. I was trying to be polite, seconded by Mr. Copeland. Mr. Copeland,
Yes.
Mr. Carroll,
Yes.
Mr. Becker.
Yes.
Mr. Stevenson. Mr. Testa.
Yes.
Ms. Wilson Stridick.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right,
Thank you.
thanks. Sorry to keep you out.
Open to the public for discussion.
At clock,
No public
clock's gonna start.
showing an interest. We'll close it
All night.
to the public. Discussion, the payment of the bills I signed. The one issue that we just want to take a minute, I know it's late, but we'll take a minute anyway. We have received another award, and unfortunately, I was not available to attend the award presentation. I've asked Tom to go in my stead, and some others of you have, but I asked Tom to just give us a 2 or 3 minute.
This award was coming from the New Jersey Historic Commission, one of the 3 major commissions that all of us in Cape May deal with. The Historic Commission, the Historic Council, the Cultural Trust, and the Arts Council. So they went through and looked at all the organizations in New Jersey that have received attention, guidance, and funds from the Historic Commission and decided who they thought probably did the best job in the state. And the most amazing thing is, the 2 that they gave it to were both organizations in Cape May. The CCA
where an awful lot of that is for interpretation of history, and I think a lot of that had to do with their interpretation of black history, which certainly helped that application. And for us, it was, our new standards and, our review and the way that we presented them to the public was also something that came out too, that they thought that was a very proper thing to do, to have several different sessions for the realtors, the architects and builders, and for the homeowners.
So do we have another nice plaque to put up on the wall next to the door?
It's actually a beautiful piece
It's
of
a
glass.
glass thing, but
Yeah.
I.
And
I-
Tuesday, you're going to present it to city council.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I couldn't be there, but the agenda for city council has this as, for the book, and it's not for the standards book.
I know I saw the book on the final, but I'll take a look.
I think it was for the historic.
The book was definitely on there, but I think on the draft, I thought you were presenting tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think it's broader than the award is for more than the book,
For more than the book, exactly.
right? So it's really for the HBC
We're
contribution.
more than just the words on the page.
Wow.
Can I cover one more thing?
No.
This
Yeah.
picture that I'm showing is from Public Works, and they're working on the little the little small gazebo bandstand at the Cove, and they have enough wood to make these little brackets to put on the columns on the roof. And I told them I would try to see if I could get an approval for that from you guys. And come on, I'll go blank.
Tom, do we need a motion for this?
Is this a city application?
Are we on
Well,
camera?
it has to go to the state.
Oh.
Is this like a comedy show?
We got a problem.
I think this clearly shows that past 10 PM, we are incapable of
I hate that.
competent work.
Well, people are going
Yeah.
to say if I have to make a
Time's up.
reservation, I wanted to come after 10.
We got to,
Thank you,
Put it
Rick.
on my
We-
phone.
So,
Tom,
Yes,
um,
that doesn't count.
no.
But it's a city project, so we
Well,
don't have to
then it
approve
has to be reviewed by the state. So
Gee.
I would suggest, no. And then we'll just do it.
Yeah.
So,
Did you actually say that?
no,
I have witnesses.
no, I didn't.
so
I didn't hear anything.
I'm gonna take it that the curfew hour having been passed, that we are not taking up any new business or continuing the meeting much beyond 10 o'clock.
So we do have another issue that I'd asked John Becker to update because I wasn't able to attend. The African-American contribution to our National Historic Landmark was heard on the 14th, and literally while that meeting was going on, I was with the family with the development of a birth of a new grandchild. So I couldn't attend the meeting. I did send a letter, though, supporting the project. I wasn't able to share it with you all and with city council because I did it while we were driving to the hospital. But it was a nice letter, trust me. So, John, where did they wind up? I know there was a real concern about it being tabled.
It did not get tabled, it got approved. There was an hour-and-a-half discussion. Zach was on there the whole time, and so was Pip, and so was I. And Zach spoke briefly, and so did Pip briefly. I forget exactly what the issues were. There was something about the inclusion of one or two other individuals and/or buildings that should receive some mention in the report. I forget exactly which ones. The discussion it went all over the place and then came back again. It appeared like it might get tabled, and finally they said, no, no, no. There's a difference between, the comment was, there's a difference between the quality of the intent and the quality of the wait a minute. We're approving the intent, we're not approving the document. So what they were looking for were some details in the document that need to be finalized.
And they were also, when I thought it was going to be tabled, they were looking for some things that you really couldn't document.
Correct.
So is there to be a final version of whatever it is that was,
So the person who was making the presentation was from DEP.
Andrea Tingy.
Yeah, and it appeared, she knew the document inside and out. And it
Yes,
appears if
she
she was
really-
taking responsibility for making the revisions. Yes.
so
This
for
is
those people interested,
Nancy
we could-
Survey's
that we-
document
that we reviewed.
that we all looked at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there was some mix-up on what was communicated. And so finally, Andrea Tingy from the state took it upon herself to rewrite the draft with Nancy's
She
blessing.
made a great presentation. She was really good. Yeah.
So this really, we get these awards recently, and that's really exciting, but for me, this is a culmination, like 2 years worth of hard work by a lot of people to recognize a part of the community that has not been recognized and should have been. And so now they will be, so.
So what I think is accurate, correct me if I'm wrong, this is the first charter for a National Historic Landmark District in the country that has revised its charter to acknowledge the contribution of the African-American community. Is that correct?
Yes, but it's more than that. This is the first addendum to a national landmark. And in fact, it seems like maybe a year ago, when we proposed this, the the Secretary of Interior through the Park Service, literally 2 weeks after our discussions with the Park Service, they presented a seminar, online seminar, for what's required to amend a National Historic Landmark. So
It's a lot.
they saw the value of this, but also the complexity of amending a landmark. So they presented a whole seminar, which some of us sat through, so.
Speaking
Anyway.
of sitting through.
And then there were several versions of this, and then finally, with a lot of work from Cape May, because Nancy did a lot of work with support from the HBC personally. And then when Andrea took over, there was a whole laundry list of things that had to be back. This though, is really a significant happening. The city should be really.
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. The library, the reuse of an old school, an abandoned black school, just an absolutely significant project nationally. And the first African-American district in the state, and now I didn't know it was the first amendment to a national landmark. Really, really significant nationally what's happened here. And I agree, Warren, a lot of work. It's too bad you didn't come to the one in Trenton, because the CCA were really recognized there for their publication, and a lot of people were there. That was.
Yeah, they had a bus.
They had a bus, so I think you would have really appreciated that award.
But also the commission made a point of how unusual it was to have such large percentage of attendance from South Jersey, and we're really south.
It's pretty tough to get any further south. I mean,
I think we had 39 people there.
Northern Delaware.
You know, the other component of what they were talking about at that SHPO hearing was the idea that this will, in fact, be used, since it is the first one, almost as a model for others to do the same thing. Therefore, they were kind of giving it an extra close eye and magnifying glass on its precision, and, yeah.
Yeah, I think two things happened. They wanted to do it, they're motivated to do it because it's an exciting project. And then at the same time, they wanted a lot of detail to support it
Unbelievably detailed.
because it is going to set a precedence.
And the city is restoring two of the buildings. The city has purchased and restored two of the most significant buildings in this district.
So, also, there's some grant things in the city that are dependent on this being approved. So, hopefully, we will get it all the way approved by Congress. It is interesting, though, isn't it? We have this, we've received what I call 3 awards. We got the award out there, we got the award there, and now we have a 3rd award. And then we have this culmination. And 15 years ago, Cape May was on the watch list of the National Historic Landmark. So we've come all the way from
Then we got a new chairman.
being on the watch list. So, all thanks to the work of everybody. I mean, this is a lot of work.
And we have the best city council I think I've ever worked under in all my years in Cape May.
Wow, that's saying a lot.
Yeah,
So,
definitely.
anyway,
Yeah, and a new promenade expansion and improvement project. What was that, like 6.7 million?
Yeah.
Yeah. Whew.
Room for more.
But it is notable that it was $100 million, and we have 130 miles of coastline. 6.7 million is disproportionately favorable to the city of Cape May. But enough of all these accolades.
anyway, enough self-congratulation.
May I just make one comment, because we're going to presumably get onto the parking issue next time around. I just wanted to point out that the draft of the memo to the city council that was circulated here, which bears the upper legend JAT comments, is just reflective of some of the things I've said that I think Chris incorporated into the memo. This is not my memo, and these are not all my comments. So we really need to just be sure that you all.
I was trying to give you credit, Jim.
Well, you did, but it's not all my memo, and my comments are in it. But please don't think that it's my memo.
Unless it's a really good memo.
Well, you can claim credit for that. I think it started out as John's memo.
It evolved. This is like the 4th iteration of this. It did. Yeah.
So hopefully next month we nail it down along with
Yeah, Chris
real
brought a really good idea to it by splitting it into 2 potential options. Yeah, I thought that was pretty smart.
I see a long meeting coming up in April.
No, it won't be like this.
Anything else?
Oh, I just like to make an announcement that the city is moving the HPC and the board office to where the fire inspectors were. So we're getting a much more significant office. We'll be much more respected. And I have discussed with the manager getting a case for the hallway to put some, the award in and some other things that are upstairs and around the building. We will rehang the award. Anything that's in our offices will be now in that office or outside in the hallway. So that might be, we might have moved by next month, actually.
right around the corner.
Karen and I.
Right across the hall.
Yes, right across from the tax office.
Okay.
Terrific. Thank you all.
Did someone make a motion to adjourn?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was universally adopted.
I tried to cut it off.